evening, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. It is July 24th, 2021. I am your host and dungeon master for our ceremonies today. And welcome, everybody, to day 3 of D&D with I&B Eberron, the Oracle of War, which you can see right. No, I have it. I know it's here. Right there. Eberron, the Oracle of War, the Nightland. This is part 3 of Nightland, which is the first portion of this mega campaign. I hope you folks are looking forward to a really fun session today. I think we've got a really good one planned for you, and I expect that you are going to enjoy things as time goes forward. I do want to very quickly say that we do have introduction videos that are on the way, a new intro video, which is on the way, but at the moment, we do not have it quite yet, and so rather than having nothing or doing my general, I wanted to do one that was a little bit closer to that model. So we've got another one that's on the way. We've got stuff I'm hoping will be ready for next week's session, but if not, then we'll definitely have it here and ready for August. So in the meantime, of course, you know the people that are actually in the group, but we do have both new overlays rolled out, which you'll be able to see today. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please consider following us on the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out our YouTube channel with !ArvTube. Our Discord channel is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets, where we tweet about all sorts of things relating to gaming and writing and streaming and teaching and music and family and, you know, some politics here and there occasionally as well. And of course, the website for all of this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond merchandise, Adventures of Middle-earth merchandise, and soon to be Esper Genesis merchandise as well. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, which, as you can see, is sitting at 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. That really does make a difference to the running of the channel, and I want to be able to move that upwards as well if we can to get us more stuff, not only for the channel, but also for all of you wonderful folks individually. So please consider jumping on board there. You'll also have inspirations to help our players. And of course, subbing to the channel allows you to get those custom sub badges, of which there are a lot more on the way very soon, and emotes and things like that, plus inspirations to help the players as well. On publishing, Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Athos Arts is also going to be one of the principals on my Greyshade Kickstarter. First book of Greyshade is going to be coming out soon, and right on its heels, basically, we're going to be having the second 2 books, Renegade and Heretic, plus a board game done by Clarion Game Studios, and a tabletop role-playing game done by Alligator Alley Entertainment with Aaron Rosenberg as the lead designer, and of course, an audiobook done by our very own Trendane Sparks. That is all going to be launching as of August 31st, and then it's going to be ending on October 3rd in Origins in Columbus, Ohio. So that's what we've got going on. I'm very excited about it, and you can find out more about that with !Greyshade KS. And Alligator Alley, of course, which does that, also sponsors our Esper Genesis game, and also is responsible for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, the 5e adventure and supplement, which is now finally being shipped out to Kickstarter backers and will soon be available in retail to those of you who did not back it in Kickstarter. You'll be able to get it in print coming in October. Before that, you can also go to DriveThruRPG to get it in digital as well. Last but certainly not least, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance of Black lives, and !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when they need help and to reach out to others when you need help as well. Schedule-wise, we have got, again, D&D with I&B coming on tonight. Then tomorrow, we will have Brandon O'Brien returning with the incredible Speculate crew of the Strange Friends for Blades in the Dark, Case of the Cindered Seal. That's happening tomorrow at, I believe, 7 p.m. Eastern. Then Monday, we're off, and then on Tuesday, we've got more Adventures in Middle-earth, and then D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh, which is coming up next. And then Wednesday and Thursday is off, and then Friday we have Esper Genesis, and then Saturday we're right back here for another session of this campaign. So we got a lot of tabletop role-playing in your future over the next 2 weeks. I am very excited for it, and I hope that you folks are too. And with no further ado, I'm going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly to the Infinity and Beyond team for having interrupted them, no doubt, with whatever interesting conversation they were having. And then I'm going to unmute then. And now I'm going to move over to, get ready for a chat, a brand new overlay here, seen by nobody, including them. It is our cams only overlay, which you can see down here. The Eberron
Our only
Oracle.
cams. You're arriving at it right now.
It's a wonderful view. Exactly. It's a long play, but finally our only cams has arrived. No, it is
starting that site today.
This is what we've got available to them. I think actually that was the thing I needed to put. That there we go. I just needed to put that little adventure tag right underneath there so we can see that. But that's it. We are here. This is brought, of course, by Shadowed Mage. And when the time comes, and we do have a map that we need to look at that point, we will be able to slide over neatly to reveal the group right here. So we've got the central map and we've got the central map. See?
Sexy.
So
that is beautiful.
I'm very impressed with these. Shadowed Mage is responsible
Excellent
for them.
Work,
and
Shadowed Mage.
So great stuff out of Shadowed Mage. And yeah, it is, of course, only what this crew deserves. So with that said, I am going to introduce you all to these lovely people by having them introduce themselves, beginning with the gentleman who's already gotten into character immediately, instantaneously. And that, of course, is, for the first time I can say in a while, not right below me on the column, just farthest left on the pattern of cams on the screen, and that is Mr. Trendane Sparks.
Diagonally.
That's good, Trend. You did it
you.
Diagonally up in that way. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I do. I do the Brady Bunch thing.
Yeah. No, I know. Now I can do. I have to do this. Right. I have to be like. There we go. Trend, how are you? How is life in the universe and everything? And who are you playing today?
Okay, first of all, there's this guy. I think he just started at the Burger King near me. And of course he's wearing a mask, so I can't really see him, but he's got really, really pretty eyes. Anyway, so he forgot to put the French fries in my order. He just put the onion rings in the bag. And so
unacceptable.
I got home and I put the bag on my desk and I go and I open the jar of ketchup, and just start filling a bowl with, soup, ketchup, and bring it back to that's when I notice that there's not any French fries in the bag. And I can't just go pour the ketchup back into the bottle. That's unacceptable. So I have to overhaul my scoopage with my onion rings and just triple load them with ketchup because I don't want to waste it. That would be wasteful. And so I'm sitting here just scarfing down, practically doing shots of ketchup down here. Right. And so part of it, there's this big scoop drops on my shorts. And so I've got this big, I cleaned it up as best I could, and you can't really see it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, I didn't get my French fries today, so I'm a little bit upset. And one of my tires has been making a very weird sound when I'm driving around. And I realized that there's a point where you ran
over the French fries, didn't you, Trent?
No, I may have. Actually, I may have, because apparently either the onion rings I had were made an hour ago, or they just left them in the fryer for 2 or 3 days and then took them out when I ordered them because they were like concrete. It was like biting into glass. It was weird. So
this is why you should never leave French fries on the roof of your car before when you pull away.
Well, there's so many gulls around here that wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, the other, I was like, and I decided I should probably look. And that point where your tires get so bald that the little wire mesh starts poking out.
Ooh.
I need to replace my tires.
Yeah.
So it's been a good week.
So welcome to Eberron.
That's exactly. And I'm playing a guy who could he has mending. He could fix my tires.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't. Anyway, that guy that I'm playing who has
if you did that, you'd put the auto industry out of business. We can't have that.
Yeah. So yeah, that guy that I'm playing, his name is Maya Tanton, or you can call him Tanton if you wish. This guy won't, but whatever. Well, whatever. Anyway, my attention Tagashaw Dick Kenneth.
See there, exactly perfect.
Yeah, and
what the problem is
his last name Tagashaw is actually, I came up with it because I was just about to get into the shower. I thought I need to Tagashaw. Tagashaw. That's a good last name. And so that was 2 years ago that I put that on my list of names that I'm going to use for a character at some point in the future. And so I don't know which direction we're going now. I presume that John is next.
No, I was going to go up diagonally.
Oh,
right
you're
We're
gonna
going.
go up there.
See, we're going
Yeah,
up
there you go.
the. We're going
I
up
see.
the.
It's
Yeah.
like a game
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah,
a game
exactly.
of
Yes.
whatever that game is.
If you put us on top of
Plinko
a
or
keyboard,
whatever, right? Like, you know.
Breakout, super breakout.
Oh, Breakout. Yeah, that's right. So we are breaking out. Thank you, Trent. Always a pleasure.
Marie.
We are breaking to Canada. We were just talking about Canada and borders. And we are breaking out to, of course, the wonderful Marie Bilodeau. Marie, good to see you. How are you? How's life and the universe with you? And who are you playing today?
Life is very good. Thank you. I am at my 2 week for my second vaccine, so it is
Good.
very exciting. In celebration, Carrie's mom's over this weekend, so she's about to experience the joy that is me cackling from the basement while they're upstairs. And most importantly, and I don't want anybody who didn't get fries or unsatisfying dinners to feel like bad about this. In celebration for her mother's arrival, Carrie has made a cherry pie and also a lemon meringue pie.
Oh, nice. That right there, the lemon
Two
meringue.
of my most favorite pies. I almost went to the store to get a can of lemon custard just so I could just sit here and eat it.
And you know what? Can I tell you how wonderful these are too? They're like no store-bought anything would compare. Like you just, whatever your taste buds crave the most, I have it in my fridge and am too far away with a blocked border for you to get it. I'm so sorry.
Can I note before you go on quickly that in our earlier game, a Canadian, our good friend Amal Elmatar, had thunderstorms near where she lived in Ottawa. And so Tren, who happens to be an enormous fan of thunderstorms, was insanely jealous of this. Now you have lemon meringue and cherry pie. So again, insanely jealous. So I do wonder, Tren, if your problem is less with the people, but more with Canada as a country.
Ottawa specifically, it seems.
Specifically Ottawa. And you're on Ottawa, right? So
I am.
Specifically Ottawa.
No,
yeah.
No. My problem is not with Canada. Canada has one of my greatest loves, which is hockey goalies. We have those here too.
Hockey goalies.
That's very specific.
It's not poutine.
Poutine's okay, but hockey goalies.
That's the best thing ever.
Move on. Move on.
Speaking of saves, Marie, please save us and tell us who you're playing today.
I am playing tonight Mirimi Hawksmoor, a bard, college not yet specified, and she is a fun-loving, seems to be pie-eating, I am more than certain, and sister to Jen's character Nisiana. So she is also a Kalishtar, which is a fun race. Yeah, Kalishtar. It's a different race in Eberron. It's very cool. And I can mind link with people and talk to them. And it's just something I will take advantage of more and more.
Mm-hmm. I have no doubt of it. I have a little bit of experience DMing for characters who like to mind link with people. And Marie, it's always a pleasure. John, who might I be speaking about, I wonder? I wonder if there's anyone that we know who does anything like that. It was a whole other world.
Mists of the past.
As part of the INBCU, let me tell you how this all works.
Exactly.
But of course, we're speaking about the wonderful John Helfers there, who has just sent along a set of edits for that aforementioned Gray Shade book that I was talking about. Very excited. I have started looking at them, reviewing them already. I will be spending all of tomorrow working feverishly to implement them and put them into place. So this book is definitely going through the stuff. And of course, Marie has also read this book naturally, the older version back in the day. So I just feel like everyone that I play with eventually edits my book, I guess. That's what happens. Like eventually, like at some point, Jen, I'm sure will just, like randomly,
she can prove it for you. There you go.
I'm sure. Like
A lot I'm doing now.
And someday I might even read one of your books.
Right, exactly. I figure that'll happen about when you find your shirt in the laundry that I sent you 4 years ago. So when that happens. Anyway, John,
I didn't say narrate your books. I just said read it.
Yeah, come on. Let's not expect miracles. John, how are you doing? How's life in the universe and who are you playing today?
Well, I haven't heard any screams of pain from you. And frankly, I'm a little disappointed, Arv. I don't know what to say, but it must be,
I like good edits.
It's good to have it back in your capable hands. Looking forward to seeing the final product in due time. Yeah, it's been good. I take an exception to Canadians who don't bring enough pie to share. That's my exception here.
I
So,
can't. The borders
not
crossed
sure
and
how
I've got
she'd
two
get it to
different
us.
vaccines.
I'll stand on
Can't.
one side.
I can put gravy on fries, but I can't get over borders.
No, if she throws the pie, then no one's crossed the border. It's perfect. That's how it
That's
works.
true. You just toss it over the border.
Exactly.
I can't hear you because of the nice thunderstorm going outside.
Wow.
Where is my axe? I'm gonna go get my axe.
Yes. Let's see. John Helfers, I've been running with Arv and company for a long time now.
Long time.
One of my most favorite things to do. And when you find a good group, when you really think about during our Valuni's off time in July about what you're going to do with the next session, I found myself thinking about that a lot. So this has been really cool. I'm having a great time. I'm playing Illyrian. They are a Starforged Warforge, and it's been a great time so far. I'm looking forward to diving into our next case, so to speak, which has decided to come to us. I think it's very interesting. So,
Indeed.
should be a lot of fun. But yeah, I am ready to roll.
It's going to be good
Or
times.
Float.
Thank you.
I'm ready to float. Yes, always. Let's make sure that's clear.
Float too.
And we will all float together.
Well, I have Tensor's floating disk. We can make it happen.
There you go.
Always a pleasure, John. Thank you so much for being with us as always. And that moves us on up the line to someone whom John has also edited. We were joking about the fact that pretty much everybody in this chat has been edited by John, except I think for Marie. But everyone else, either audio or text-wise, has been. What are you shaking your head for, Tren? Yes, he has. Did you say you just sent it to him and he was like, "Brilliant! No need to do anything with this."
Pretty much.
Really?
No, I beg your pardon. There was a Cthulhu kind of thing that he said, "You're breathing too much. Cut it out." And
Actually, my boss said he was breathing, but he was breathing a lot. It was
kind of required for the job.
Yeah, listen, I mean,
Anyway,
always a pleasure to have John with us. And also, as I was saying, what I was leading up to was the fact that Jen is one of those people, Jennifer Brozek, who has, of course, she edits quite a bit herself, but in her writing mode has been edited by John. I'm very tempted to be like, so what was it like when John edited your work? But I'm not going to do that because, I mean, I'm sure it was fine.
I think you just did that.
Maybe I did.
you guys seem
and maybe I did it on
over
purpose.
a brew at Origins.
Exactly. Exactly.
New ginger ale, but yes.
But Jen, how are you doing? How is Life in the Universe with you, and who are you playing today?
Life is good now that I am home. I did take a road trip recently.
Yeah, a long one, you said.
Yeah, it was a long one. It was for my husband's family. I basically spent the last 8-9 days above 4,200 feet, and I live at 300 feet. So that was quite the experience. And also, it was really freaking hot in Utah.
Yeah.
So that wasn't fun. Otherwise, I am working frantically on finishing a book. And while I was traveling, I had an audiobook go live, so called Nellis Academy. I'm quite pleased about that. I've got links that I'll be throwing into chat soon.
Do recommend.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I'm gonna break your
no
heart.
reason.
I just promise you, I will break your heart in this one. And I'm playing Nisiana Di Jarasco. She is a halfling healer of House Jarasco, and I actually went and bought a necklace for her. I'm really enjoying this character. I very specifically am buying jewelry for my characters now, so that's a good sign. Also, if you hear a lot of meowing, my cats are alternately furious with me and really, really needy. So you will probably see cats coming and trying to lick me in the face, or sitting just off screen for you and meowing.
Giving you the stare of death.
Well, or Isis was purring there trying to get my attention, and Lulu's here now, and so
Just changing tactics. All right, fine.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, exactly.
That's how they get you.
yeah,
That's funny. It almost looks staged too. You're like this, and the cat's like, and then goes
Yeah.
back.
yeah. She
Wow,
finally,
that's
actually
impressive.
finally forgave me. She hasn't basically been near me since I got home until like right before we went live.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Well, I look forward to not only seeing what Nisiana does, but to seeing the continual rebonding with you and your cats as the session goes on. Always a pleasure. Thank you, Jen, for being with us as always. And last but certainly not least, the person who seems to have a particular vested interest in that book.
I am not yawning because I am bored or tired. I just it's been a bit of a stressful day, but I'm okay. Hi.
I'm glad to hear that you're with us nonetheless. And yeah, someone who may have a vested interest in this book that we discussed just a moment ago.
And others.
And that, of course, we're talking about is the amazing Darkseid Rob. Rob, welcome. And I guess, yeah, so how's life in the universe with you? And is there a reason you have a vested interest in any of the Shadowrun books?
The last few days have been particularly exciting for the reason that I am now officially a person who has 2 audiobooks out in the world that I've narrated. And
one of which is
that's
entitled "What Triffid Just Said in Chat." That's
correct. Yes. Triffid. Oh, yes. That actually, yes. There was another thing. I can't read anyway, which makes reading audiobooks really difficult. Just for the record, it's a little bit. I kind of improvised and magically got every word right. It's fantastic. Anyway, hi everybody. I am the host and master of ceremonies on the Random Cast on my own stream, Darkseid Rob. That's RAHB. I'm over here doing Infinity and Beyond with this wonderful group of people, as well as Arvan Eleron, who is also wonderful in his own way. Although that hat, I know, I feel it too. You just gotta live with it sometimes.
You feel the first place, the beat the Yankees.
I don't
9
know.
out of 11?
Some days I just try to forget what that symbol even means. It means badass, right? You're a badass.
It means booyah. No, it doesn't.
It
means I'm covering my hair is what it means at the moment.
But yes, my name is Darkseid Rob. I stream over on Twitch TV, on twitch.tv/DarkseidRob. I am a voice actor, music producer, audio engineer, video editor, and singer-songwriter who makes a lot of stuff on my own channel, on YouTube, on Instagram. I do photography and use my photography for my own albums, album covers, sell them places, and I'm aware of a lot of different hats, and I try to share as much of that stuff as I can on my own channel and across the internet. If you want to know more about what I do, go check out my channel, and there's a link tree link, say that 5 times fast, that will send you to all the places on the internet where I do my stuff. And as far as audiobooks, yes, I have 2 wonderful audiobooks that I just finished up and were released by Mr. John Helfers and his company, and were me narrating the amazingly awesome Shadowrun novels by one Russell Zimmerman, who honestly, I've had just a blast doing those novels. Hopefully more coming soon, but in the meantime, go check out Neat, go check out Shaken. They were just a blast, a total incredible amount of fun to do, and I hope everybody checks them out and enjoys them. And as far as what I'm doing here on this channel, no one's told me. I have no clue. What am I doing here? What is this? What? Will somebody please tell me why I'm here? Please? Someone give me my motivation, please. No, I'm here because I am playing how do we pronounce this? The
Swift
Strikes. Yes, the Swiffer broom and combination water hydrating Roomba.
A Roomba, yes.
Known as Yana and her companion water elemental Altus. No, she's a shifter swift stride Studebaker. Anyway, Shaman. Yes.
Damn it.
Yes, Shaman. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Back to Arv.
Good stuff. Wonderful to see this crew with us. I am very excited to have them with us. And let us, with no further ado, fire up the song, and I quote, Western Streets. And let's get into it.
I guess there's no basketball fans here. A little disappointed by that.
Yeah.
And the Olympics are on. Root for Team USA. Woo! Let's go. Yes. Finally happening. I'm so excited. The Olympics are like my favorite time of
Bucks
year.
win their first title in 50 years. Not even a mention.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Yeah, you know what? I apologize. I actually did watch into that game. Congratulations. It's a very likable team. If the Celtics couldn't win it, I'm glad the Bucks did. Giannis is very, very good. Easy star to root for. And good for the Bucks. I was
always coming from behind, which is terrific. And
Yep.
as long as it wasn't the Nets, I thought if we could beat the Nets, we had a chance.
It was very impressive. So congratulations. That was I did watch a few games in that series.
Every Servine in the furry fandom is so thrilled right now. It is.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, because otherwise it's like the Phoenix Suns and like, well, I mean, like from the point of view of the furries, like I don't, you know.
All I got to say to that is, the Nets, the team New Yorkers root for when the Knicks play like garbage.
Yeah, it's your backup team, exactly.
Oh my god,
Trent, you're welcome.
So welcome everybody, and let's talk a little bit what happened in our last session. You are looking at the 5 members of the King's Citadel who are operating locally in a place known as Salvation. Salvation is right on the edge of the Mournland, the site where a terrible magical cataclysm ended the last war on the continent of Corvair some years before. And so Salvation is a place where salvagers go and you sort of, as their base of operations, then depart there to go into the Mournland to find the treasures and various goods and salvage items and things like that that they can use to be able to survive and perhaps even thrive, theoretically, if they manage to make it through the Mournland. And as the party has now had intimate, direct knowledge of, that isn't always the easiest thing to do. The Mournland is itself a very difficult place, ripped by magical energies and changed in strange and sometimes very dangerous ways. The party was sent into the Nightland. Their contact in Salvation, the King's Citadel, which is, of course, a secret organization, vaguely secret organization that works for the King of Brayland, solving the missions that other groups cannot. The group is out on their first real, actual set of missions together after being in training together for some time. And now the party has gone out to Salvation. And the first order of business is to basically connect with the people of Salvation, because there are apparently things that are happening beyond the borders of the Mournland and elsewhere that the party is going to need to be ready to handle. And so in the meantime, the King's Citadel is getting to know the people of Salvation. It did so first as their commander, their contact in Salvation, Lieutenant Hilar Brassel, got them on basically told them they need to go do these things, and they were given 3 different options, basically in terms of what they wanted to do. The first option that they actually ended up choosing was to find a missing salvager named Garunda, who had gone out into the Mournland and had not been seen again, or I should say, as the people in Salvation call it, the Grey, had gone into the Grey to try to find this person and bring her back. The party was able to do it, although it wasn't always the easiest thing in the world. First of all, they had to contend with strange items and objects that had been left behind that could be theoretically dangerous. They had to fight at one point with crystal lizards, if I'm not mistaken, and then they had to deal with a group of recalcitrant cockatrices who were constantly stoning Garunda, and not in the way that some of you might be familiar with from college. And so as a consequence of all of that, they managed to defeat the cockatrices and save Garunda, who was enormously grateful, and they returned back outside of the Grey to head back into Salvation, where not only was the person who had sent them on this quest, Bellalor, very pleased and given them their reward and basically, was going to spread the word about how awesome they were, but also Garunda offered to teach the party Goblin at times when they have the opportunity to. So if the party wishes, Garunda, the Goblin Salvager, may be able to actually teach them Goblin. But the party, of course, has only just begun its process of getting to know people, and so they decided as their next mission to help a person known as Mother Johanna. Mother Johanna works at the Chapel of the Silver Flame, which is one of the only churches in town, sanctuaries in town. And this woman explained to them that the keeper of the chapel had lost a relic which was known as the Arrow of Truth. This relic came directly from Flame Keep, which is the headquarters of the Church of the Silver Flame. And 3 days before, Mother Johanna had left the chapel to run an errand, had left it, the chapel, in the care of her acolyte named Jeriah. But she then found Jeriah actually buying food out in a market. Basically, Jeriah was not minding the store, if you will. And when she got back to the chapel, the altar was open and the Arrow of Truth was gone. Johanna believed that the person who arranged it, either the person who stole it directly or organized it to be stolen, is a shifter brigand named Zodor Tarev. And Zodor was a particular interest to Yana, since Zodor was known to be, at least by Mother Johanna, an unscrupulous shifter who couldn't be trusted. Johanna offered the group some rewards, and of course the group was going to do this anyway because, as we said, the group wants to be able to ingratiate itself to the people of salvation. But just as they were concluding their meeting and getting ready to go talk about what they wanted to do about this, someone was seen zipping away, rushing away from the chapel. It was a person with sort of neat, sort of small features, feline features with pierced eyebrows, someone who Mother Johanna identified as being that same Zodor. And so as I hand things back over to the party, this person has now disappeared. The party is now outside the chapel of the Silver Flame and can now decide where it wants to go. I will mention very quickly. Yeah. Sorry, what's
Actually, we had just ended. I'd rather be in the chapel because I have something I need to do.
Oh, okay. You could be right inside the
Literally,
chapel. That's fine.
He had poked his head in and took off, and she said, "Oh, it was him," and that's where he stopped.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Okay, so I can put you. That's fine. Inside the chapel's fine. Just very quickly, I just in terms of hit point totals, I don't believe you had a chance to do some of the rests. So I know that Tanton, you're sitting at like 7 out of 10. I still have you at hit points, or did you? Is that not accurate?
Throw myself at 10 of 10.
All right, let me double check. Do I have Marimay? Are you at 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10?
I have myself a 10 of 10
Okay,
too.
so then maybe all right. This is probably
Because
an old.
after we finished with the cockatrices, we took a long
Yeah, you
rest
did get the
in
long rest. Okay, I just didn't adjust it. Okay, that's fine.
Did,
Cool.
yeah.
That's why I wanted to ask. Okay, so with that said, I am now going to hand things back over to the party. What would you? You found another distraction from the main quest. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
hilarious.
Okay. What would you like to do?
So Larian, who never sat down in the first place, or did he? Actually, he did because I remember saying the pew creaked alarmingly under his weight, their weight.
Yes.
So he gets up, they go to the door and actually do look outside.
Okay. Oops. Sorry. Wrong music. I apologize.
Ooh.
Now that's some
Nightclub,
Eberron music. if
that
ever
would have
I
been
had it.
some-
That was really
Church by day,
Fitting.
nightclub by night.
That would have been some chase music if need be.
oons.
Okay. So sorry. Say that again. I apologize.
So went to the
chase
door.
or chased. Never mind. Sorry.
Went to the door and looked out, and I assume he's gone. I'm not chasing him. I just went to the door and looked outside.
Yes. Completely gone.
Okay. Turn around in place because I can, and go back to Mother Superior. I can't remember her name.
Mother Johanna is her name.
Mother Johanna.
Last
and
name is Tess Kalindros, but I think she just knows. You all know her as Mother Johanna.
And then I take her hands in mine and say, the fact that he chose to come here means he is fearful and not to be feared. We will kind of looks back a little bit because I know that what's her face is on board. Yana's on board. Not sure about the other ones. I say we will need to discuss this, but I imagine we will be investigating this crime. In the meantime, I don't think you have anything to fear from him.
And she sort of looks up. There's this one moment where this rather slim, petite human woman is looking up into the eyes of this hovering above, right, Alarian.
8 foot tall. Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
And says, may you be warmed in the light of the flame. And those of you watching note a very slight, perhaps, glow around the hands of Alarian and Mother Johanna, and then it passes, and she nods and steps back.
Alarian will hold that gaze for just a beat, and then they too will nod and step back and start pretty much heading for the door.
Okay, what about everybody else?
good to follow along. This sounds fun.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
if
just following the
if
group.
it's a chase scene,
Say again.
I said if it's a chase scene, I'm not going to be running.
Yeah, no, not a chase scene unless it's a very delayed
Otherwise,
chase.
I will be following with
Okay.
my team. But if there's going to be a lot of running, I'm no.
Yeah, you don't get that impression unless they take off suddenly because
Yeah.
whoever it was is already long gone.
Okay.
Tantin, are you also heading over with equipment involved?
He's completely lost in what he's doing. He has not heard most of what has been said in this room.
Okay.
Arv.
Yeah.
It's been a couple of weeks, so you'll have to forgive me. So I am under the assumption that if Zodor is revered or reviled as he seems to be, and word of him has spread to the point that I know about him. How much do I know about him exactly?
No, you don't you don't know much. You really don't know until it was brought up. You might have heard the name once. I don't want to overstate it. Reviled isn't quite right. But the way that certainly Mother Johanna reviles this character,
Yeah.
but you might have heard the name sort of floating around town maybe, but not by much. It's certainly not. This is not anyone who has like fame or infamy way beyond the village at all. That would not be the case.
Well, just in terms of he is seen as more than just a nuisance.
Yeah,
You know?
yes, that's true. Seen as kind of a disruption to the normal order. And of course, the
Right.
order in Salvation is sort of maintained by everybody kind of being right, being able to look at the gray right out of their house, that sort of thing keeps everyone on the straight and narrow, and to a lesser extent by Sheriff, who is the Warforged lawkeeper of the town, whom none of you have met as of yet.
I only have one question for Mother Johannesburg, if we're still
Okay.
here. I imagine others have left, but I was
Well,
still
all
there
except
with...
for Tantin. I would say that probably Marame, Nisian, and Ilarion have now left, and it's just you.
But wasn't
and
Ilarion the last one that
Tantin
talked to
looking
her?
Yeah.
Okay,
Ilarion
so
is
then I guess
floating
before
out,
I would leave,
basically.
I would just ask her. Yana sort of looks to her and asks, "Is Zodor by himself or with a pack?"
And she kind of nods and says, "I don't know whether you would call it a pack. He has a group of people that work for him.
Shifters?
No, humans. At least I think so.
No other shifters.
No, I don't believe so."
Who was that? No, I'm kidding.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Came from elsewhere.
There was another question I wanted to ask, but I cannot remember what it was right now. He does this himself? Or does he order the others?
Both.
So no one's hands are clean here.
And she nods and says, "That is probably true. Yes."
Bad pack.
And she nods and says, "Yes, I would say that's true too."
And without saying another word, she just kind of goes and sort of walks off.
Okay. At which point, the only one left is... So Tantin is still looking, and then Mother Johanna kind of clears his throat. "Sir, that seems fascinating, but...
I actually probably would have sent someone back in to get him by now.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I think as I might be walking, I kind of go like, it's like sort of,
It's the classic, you look around to see that no one is there anymore except Yana and...
Do we have an interior of the church? I thought you said it was like on the other side of the marketplace.
Yeah, I can. Let me just bring you over to the other overlay to reveal. I don't actually think the church was the one that I was having trouble finding. I think on this map is probably what it was.
Right.
The thing
I guess
down
we don't
here was
need it. I just wanted it revealed on the general map so we know exactly where it is in relation to the other buildings.
Yeah, I will continue to try to track it down. The
One job.
church was
one
not,
job, Arv.
Yeah,
One
yeah,
job.
yeah. Do I really? Do I really?
Yeah.
Do I really have one job? Boy, do I wish.
Arv's never busy, John.
Woo! Let me tell you.
Really. He just lounges around between D&D
That's
casts.
it. That's pretty much.
And Calgon baths, I know.
That's it.
And changes the LEDs behind his head.
That's
yeah.
all I do. I just sort of wind down.
Oh, wait,
wind
I
back
kind of
up.
do that too, don't I? Anyway, never mind.
Anyway,
All right.
so is Tanton actually eventually going to be like it seems like someone's going to have to actually physically
He's going to sit
bump him.
there and work on that damn thing until somebody
He's completely
carries
engrossed.
him.
Maramy Hawksmoor, would you go please fetch
Not my problem.
Tanton Tagasha to Kenneth and bring him out here? Please.
Sure. Happily. I will stand at the door. Yoo-hoo!
As he taps this huge piece of crystal, and he just seems. That shouldn't have done that. That's completely incorrect.
Unprecedented.
I'll just kind of walk and lean in towards him really close and go, "Hey!"
Yana is just like, if you could feel her eye roll without eye rolling, you would know what she's thinking right now, because she's just, this is like the most, I don't think anybody tires her more than Tanton. Not that she's like, doesn't like him. She just is like, this man is ridiculous.
Come on, both of you, let's go and hunt people down and have some fun.
Oh, I'm already out of there. I left.
Oh, good.
I'm not in there. Like I whistled to him, and when he didn't move, I just went on with my life. So
Are those two events not mutually exclusive?
No, what are you working on? Why don't you tell me while we walk?
Well, I can't really work on this and walk at the same time, you see. It's extremely delicate work. Just a moment, please. Yeah,
and from the other room, you hear, if it works at all.
well, there's still quite a bit of work to be done on it.
I'm sure it'll be great. Come on, we can work on it once we're done.
Hunting people?
Whatever it is we're doing now.
Well, now you don't know what we're doing.
I mostly paid attention. I'm sure that Nisiana paid attention. She's great at that. She'll have taken notes. We can ask her. She'll let us look.
Oh. All right, then.
Great.
And it takes him another 5 minutes to put away his tools because everything must be put back exactly where it goes.
Oh, sure.
It's
In
probably
Yana's head, she's thinking to herself just how quickly he would be turned into a meal by something in her home. Where she's just like working on something in the middle of a field.
Well, that's going on outside or inside Arv.
Yeah.
Valerian turns to Nisiana and says, weren't the rest of you going to get dinner at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't, if I make a suggestion, have the rest of the group go eat. I have a couple errands to run, and I'll join you at the, they point up to the tavern, at the tavern in a little while.
Okay.
All right. See you in a bit. And they go off, heading back to the marketplace and the goblin stall.
Okay.
Okay.
So Nisiana and when Tanton comes out with Merime, Nisiana and Yana and Merime and Tanton, I guess, are going back to the tavern, if I can assume. Larian, where are you going then? I'm going to follow the four of them first, probably, but I want to double check where you're going.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you said the Goblin. No, you already answered that. Oh, just the Goblin
yeah.
March. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. We'll deal with that in a second. So, the four of you though are going to return to the tavern where you all have rooms. When you walk into the tavern, you are all confronted by a figure that none of you have seen yet, but with whom you may now be a little bit familiar. Standing next to the bar and speaking to the barkeep, or apparently speaking to the barkeep, is someone who, after a little while, you're able to sort of see, because it's a pretty sizable creature, actually. And you see that there is a good way to describe this person would be, it's definitely a warforged, and is wearing a kind of tattered cloak, which seems to kind of shimmer. The color of this cloak kind of shimmers a little bit oddly as you're looking at it, almost as if you're watching it through a haze or something, even though that you're all obviously standing inside. And on the back of this cloak is a long javelin, which every so often sparks, just little blue sparks come off of this javelin every so often. And then the return, after you've had a chance to sort of see this for a minute. Hold on one second. After you've had a chance to look at this for a moment, the Warforged turns around, and you can see that the front of this Warforged is scratched and scraped and, like, you know, pitted, as if, you know, like with scars and all these kinds of things. And it walks over and says to you, "Ooh, can I use my cool effects button? Hold on a minute."
No.
Maybe I can. Oh, shoot.
Seems like you put it in a place that says otherwise.
I was about to say all the way across the room.
Check 222. No.
Oh.
Yes.
Wait,
Perfect,
the Warforged
actually.
is doing a mic check?
No, it doesn't do that.
You at a comedy club? What's going on?
Hello. I am Sheriff. I hear you've been in town, and I wanted to greet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Sheriff. We've heard very good things about you.
Have we?
Shh.
I am pleased as well to meet you. Have you found everything that you needed in salvation?
Are you okay?
Yes. Why wouldn't I be?
It's polite to ask, just in case you were not.
No, I'm fine. I'm just going through a little. I've been around for a while, so things happen out here in salvation.
I elbow Tantan. I'm like, can you fix that?
Probably.
Fix what? What?
That.
The voice. Is that something we could work on together?
Well, I don't know what's wrong yet.
What do you mean wrong?
Well,
Maybe it's something that they were born with and are fond of as well.
Mm-hmm.
there's a bit of a hitch in your speech patterns is just what we're referring to.
Oh, yes. I know what you mean. You're referring to the slight stutter in my voice on occasion. Yes, that is probably a product of my exposure to the gray. I'm fine, though. People know me now by that. I might not know how to respond to them if they didn't see me as, or hear me as me.
That is a very distinctive characteristic.
Thank you.
How can
Thank you.
Broken.
No, not. I
Not
made a
working.
mistake.
Did you go into the gray then? What did you see there?
I have been there many times. It's my job to do that. I am the peacekeeper of this town.
We were just there.
I heard. It seems that you saved Gurunda. Well done. But I must ask you to be careful. Things there can be difficult for outsiders. Don't get me wrong. Just people who aren't used to the gray. Some of us are more used to it than others. And
What-
as you look at the gotta turn around. As you look at this, you can actually see that the eyes of Sheriff are glowing a kind of whitish blue, and you notice that every so often the white and blue seems to intensify, and at first you think that it's just a consequence of like, I am speaking, and then it would do that, but that's not actually what it's doing. It seems to glow more intensely at certain moments within its speech, and then sort of, dim a little bit again. But I should point out that despite these glitches, Sheriff looks like, it's an imposing figure. It is definitely the size of Alarian, maybe just underneath Alarian. Well, Alarian's a little taller because of the constant hovering, but but is an impressive looking figure, and the scars and pits around its body and everything suggests that it has had the opportunity to wield this javelin in anger before. You notice, by the way, the only one who's in there right now is just you and the barkeeper and, of course, Sheriff. And the barkeeper seems to just be kind of occasionally nodding to things that Sheriff says, seems completely unperturbed by anything that Sheriff has said. But yeah, you just notice the intensity of the eyes every so often, the light in the eyes once in a while.
The only thing that Yana is, well, first of all, Yana is not entirely okay with the glowing eyes thing.
Okay.
Like, at all. This is not, like, she's not afraid of him, but she totally doesn't want to, like, like, all of this is just overloading her senses. But the thing that's really got her attention is that javelin. Because
Yeah.
you said it's sparking.
Yes.
And she's never seen anything like that before.
Yes,
Like, for
once in a while.
sure.
And
so,
one thing to note, by the way, it's right on the back of the... In fact, Yana, make a perception check for me, please.
absolutely. Perception.
Oh, I need to get that.
That'd be an 18.
I need to get that dice roller up here. I just realized. I'm like, there's something I'm missing. Now I remember. It was the dice roller. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me just pull the dice roller up.
No, how dare you? I want to know what I perceived.
What I'll tell you.
fine.
What... Okay. Whoops. No,
I'm
it's
on the wrong page. Hang on.
not that one. Okay. No, not that dice roller. I want the other dice roller. Okay. That feel when you have multiple dice rollers. Okay.
Yes.
There we go. I just need to make sure I don't capture everything, but just the part that I need. Okay, so you got an 18. So, yeah, the thing that you note is that, so I mentioned that it's sparking. I mentioned that when you first came in, that it felt as if you were, that it felt as if the thing you were looking at, the cloak itself, was kind of shimmering. You notice that seems to be tied to the effect of the sparking, Yana. When the tip sparks a little bit, the cloak kind of, well, shimmers a little bit. I don't want to say phases because that's going to not, I don't want to lead you the wrong direction. It doesn't seem like it's like losing substantiality, but there's something about it where the outline of the cloak becomes a little difficult just to see every time the javelin
So one is
sparks a little
affecting
bit.
the other.
Yes, but it seems like it's a proximity issue in that the javelin's right next to the cloak where this is happening.
But the Okay,
Because
maybe I
it's on her
don't
back,
understand.
remember? So she's got her cloak, and
Oh,
it's
it's
like
the-
on her back, literally.
The javelin is on her back.
That's right, yep.
And the sparking is causing the cloak to react.
They are happening at the same time, so you would guess so, yes.
Okay, so then this is definitely going to affect the next question that I ask, because after perceiving that, if I may be, if I'm allowed to,
Okay.
because I wanted to go over to Tanton, because this is a Tanton question for sure.
Okay.
I kind of, where is Tanton? Is he Tanton? Where are you in relation to
He's
this?
starting to he doesn't quite realize he's doing it, but he's inching closer to Sheriff and kind of starting to do a much closer inspection. And
Yeah,
be like,
yep.
I figured. So she kind of shimmies her way, not that she shimmies, but you know what I mean, over to Tanton, and kind of knowing, although not caring that Sheriff is probably going to hear this question, asks, is the javelin magic or machinery?
It could be both.
What does that mean?
That it could be both.
So you said, but I don't. How?
Oh, you don't. Okay. Do you remember when we were out in the Mournlands? We saw that train that was coming towards us, the lightning rail.
Ghost.
It was ghost. Yes, exactly. The ones that are alive, that are not ghosts, they are both magic and machine.
And you've completely lost her, but she's trying. That's it?
Okay. Well, for example, a torch is both wood and fire.
Yes. But isn't that a machine?
Torch?
Not if the fire's magic and never ending.
I don't understand.
Good.
But do you
It's the
know-
first step to learning?
But do you know what it is?
Do I know what a torch is?
No. The javelin, do you know what it is?
Oh,
I've
not
never
yet.
seen anything like it.
Well, I haven't had a chance to. I could figure out exactly what it is, but I would need to
I could
borrow
look at it for a lifetime and not know.
Well, I could look at it for 10 minutes and tell you.
So at this point, the Nisiana and Mary May, you can see that Tanton and Jan in this conversation have, as you mentioned, somewhat unconsciously drifted close enough that now Sheriff kind of looks down, you know, like at the two of you, and says,
Do okay.
"Are you troubled by anything? Perhaps my weapon concerns you."
And when Yana hears this, having completely forgotten, or not forgot, completely ignored Sheriff up to this point because of the conversation, she kind of noticeably takes 2 steps back as she turns towards Sheriff. And realizing she's kind of taken an aggressive stance, tries to be at ease, but is not at all. And just says, "What is your weapon?"
This is a lightning javelin. Actually, your companion here has found something similar to describing it. The lightning rails. It is infused with energy. The same energy which infuses me.
Was it from an enemy?
Once it was. And you notice that his eyes glow, that Sheriff's eyes glow a deep blue. So I mentioned that they go from like blue to sort of whitish to blue. So and when it's
they're
intense,
always blue?
No, they either are whitish blue, like there's always a tint of blue, but it's either sort of whitish blue is when they're dim. When they get real blue is when they get real intense. So when Sheriff says the thing about, you know, it being like the enemy thing, the eyes glow real blue. And you see that up close and personal, Yana, because like
Yeah,
and yeah. So
specifically when they glow blue, she hears this in her head. That color, Yana. The blue. And she doesn't quite know what that means, but she's even more thrown off by that and goes, your eyes. And then realizes that she didn't mean to say that out loud. And she catches herself and goes, in your eyes. The color. What does it mean?
my eyes.
White. Then blue.
Ah, yes. I have sometimes feelings. These feelings are things which can motivate people, and sometimes my feelings come to the surface. And then quite suddenly, sorry, I'm gonna go there. I gotta figure out
This
a better
was
setup
this
so
was
my
me for the
mixer's not over
entirety
there.
of
Yeah.
for the
So
last campaign. Yeah.
The
no worries.
turns it like immediately turns to you, Tanton, and says, sorry, if
you need a foot switch.
I know,
Arv.
I
You need to
really
get a
do. I
foot
really do.
switch.
Says, if you would like to see this, you are welcome to do so, though I must ask you to be careful with it. And flips up the javelin, like, and as the thing flips and sort of turns in Sheriff's hand, you can see there's a kind of two things that you note. First of all, Tanton, you note that the sort of sparking as the javelin is lifted off of the back, the shimmering effect immediately disappears from the cloak and transfers to the hand because a little bit sort of sparks on the hand. That's what you notice. Yana, what you notice is this person's like, I mean, that, you know, no joke, like as with practiced ease, as if they've done this, you know, thousands of times before.
What part of my person is Altus currently located on? Was it Earring last time?
I think that's what you said.
I think it was.
I think it was
yes.
Earring this time,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
When that happens, the earring shimmers a little bit
Okay.
because it can sense that Yana's looking at it and going, is he about to attack us? Just ever so slightly.
Yeah. And then Sheriff hands it over to Tanton, assuming you take it. Tanton hands it over to you with care, carefully.
And Tanton takes it with all the respect that something like this should have. But at the same time, he holds up that piece that he was working on in the tabernacle or temple or whatever, and he holds it up to Yana so she can see it. He's like,
For example, this was one of the pieces of those lizards we fought, but I intend to use it to build my spanner. So
And Yana has completely not cared at all about anything that he's doing with that thing whatsoever, but is focused on the javelin. Yes.
Tanton, when you take the javelin, you immediately feel a strong tingling running up and down the arm that is the hand, and then the arm that is holding it.
Ooh.
It is almost painful, not quite. It doesn't hurt quite, but if you have ever had the experience of being either shocked or touching something, and I have had that experience myself, it's almost slightly numbing, but again, not in any way that you're going to fall over or whatever. But it's a little like, whoa, boy, as you're holding it.
15 years old, stepped out of the shower, getting ready to dry my hair. The tines on the hairdryer are bent out, so I held them together and put them into the thing, and I went back into the wall. And yeah, that was an awakening.
Ooh, okay. This is not nearly that intense.
No, I figured, but at least I didn't fall down. It's close.
I've worked as a lighting tech in a theater. I don't want to hear stories like that, Trent.
Yeah, no, it's true. But otherwise, yeah.
But yeah, he takes it and kind of sits down at one of the tables and just begins a 10-minute ritual casting of Identify.
Okay. As he does that, the sheriff turns back to you, Merime and Nisiana, and says, "And you, I understand, also were part of this group. I am curious. What exactly is your group doing here in Salvation? Of course, you're no obligation to tell me, but I like to know the doings of people here. It helps me keep the peace.
We're here to help out. I mean, get some experience, find some fun stories to share, some new songs and epics to bring out away from the gray into the wider world. We're a friendly presence.
I have no doubt. It looks to me like you. I'm not going to reach over to do it, but he looks to you, Nisiana, and says, I believe you are a healer, perhaps?
Yes, I'm a healer. I'm a good one.
May I ask which house?
Nisiana di Durasco.
And Sheriff nods. I assumed. We are somewhat far from the houses, and so in Sharn, I understand they know these things closely. But we here are more separated from those concerns. So I like to no.
Okay. Are you thinking you want to know everybody who's in houses?
Well, I like to know everybody, wherever they are from. I file it away. And reaching inside the cloak, you see something rather spectacular, actually, because he reaches back to his cloak, and just, I shouldn't say he, you don't know yet, they reach back to their cloak, and it seems almost as if they're reaching for something to tug on it. But what they end up doing is they pull something, and suddenly the cloak unfolds into a full duster, like a Western style cowboy like leather duster, and inside then reaches inside the duster and pulls out what looks like a pad of paper, and brings out from another portion, an inside pocket, what looks like a pencil, and begins to write on a note, and says, Nisiana di Jarasco, healer, and you are, and looks at you, Merime.
Merime Hawksmoor.
Merime Hawksmoor. Wonderful.
Greg, I'm suspicious because he's now questioning Nisiana and getting information from her. So can I
Sure.
I'd like to do an insight check into is it just harmless? Or
Sure, you
am
can
I
do an
sen-
insight check, sure.
Which I
Absolutely.
do all at advantage, just as a reminder.
Yes. 22. So all the information is
Natural
available.
20 specifically.
When Sheriff was a little Warforged. No, you don't know any of these things. Yeah, so you're pretty sure, Merime, that either this Warforged is a spectacular liar, or they are a peacekeeper who's doing exactly what they say they're doing. If anything, Merime, I'll just put it this way because of the quality of your insight roll. The sheriff reminds you a little bit, for some reason, of Nisiana herself.
I like him. Okay.
Ooh, channel boost. First of all,
one of
just
those
quickly, thank you, chat
Oh.
for the channel boost. That's great. Let's bring the peoples into this amazing thing.
Oh,
Good
wow.
work, everybody. Channel boost complete. Thank you all. Thank you
Oh,
so
I
much
didn't
for
even
doing
notice
that.
it was going on. I would have.
Yeah, I did. Well, you know what? It started the other night, and then we continued today. So good job, everybody.
I
Let's get
tried to
people
add
in
more
here.
to it, and it would only let me do 500.
Yeah,
I
it
got
only lets you-
66,000 channel points. I can only use 500.
Yeah, it only lets you boost a little bit. I'd like to
What?
see them. I know, right? Anyway, thank you, everybody. That's awesome, and let's keep it up with all these people these folks that are coming in here. So, so that's the impression you get, Maramay. It reminds you a little bit of Nisiana. There's almost a naivete a little bit about Sheriff, which seems surprising to you based on the, the profile. This thing looks kind of like a badass, but seems to be writing down notes for itself.
Okay, I'll just kind of ping Nisiana with a little mind link and which we do all the time. We ping back and forth, and I'll say, I think we can trust him. Like, I think they're fine. Just FYI.
To which she says, "You've got to get one of those cloak duster things. That's awesome."
Yeah. Do you think we could not steal this
I mean,
one?
I
No.
wouldn't mind one either. I mean, in the right colors and stuff. But
We'll go shopping. Let's
wow.
make some money. Yes. We're both like starry-eyed, like.
We kind of look at each other for a moment, and then Nisiana looks up and says, "Where did you get that coat? That was amazing."
My coat
The coat duster thing?
looks completely like look. Oh, well, I've had this for a while. I took it out of the gray. It seems to suit me, I think.
Well, I guess next time we go back into the gray, we can start looking for duster cloak things.
Yes.
So, Marimay Hawksmoor and Nisiana Di Jurasco, and then there's, and points at like Tantin and Yana, and these are
Did you want to introduce yourself, Tenton? Oh, he's busy
He's a
doing
little
his
busy.
thing. I don't think you would have a problem with it. This is our friend Tenton DeCanith.
Tantin de Canith from the house Canith, ICCC, and this one here, pointing at Yana.
Oh, I wish Rob was here because I wanted to see what Yana would do.
They seem quiet and unresponsive. I will wonder. No. There was, I thought, a fifth with you, but I do not see them. I heard perhaps a warforged of us, of a type, perhaps?
Valerian, they're around.
Very well.
Would you like to sit down and not eat, because I don't think you do that, but would you like to sit down and share stories with us while we wait for Ilarion to return and join us, and you could meet them? You two have a lot in common.
I appreciate the offer, but unfortunately, my duties require me to patrol at regular intervals. So and he puts the thing back in the duster, I must go forth now. It is a pleasure meeting you, and if you run into any problems, please come to my office, and I will do what I can. Oh, but of course my javelin. Looks back over to see where Tantin has been working at it. I'm going to assume that we're right around the 10-minute mark here, Tantin.
Yeah.
So having cast Identify, this is indeed a javelin of lightning. Definitely has magical properties to it. But there is something strange about it. That's definitely what it is. But there's something about the aura that this thing produces which is not normal for even infused weapons. And you can't help but wonder if this isn't something that may have a little bit to do with the impact of the gray upon this thing.
Very interesting, yes.
Thank you. May I have it back, please?
Absolutely not. And he holds it out.
So so they take it and nods, puts it
he-
back on the back of the duster.
As Tenton hands it back, Yana sort of watches it go and just turns to him once more and goes, Sheriff, do you ever lose control of your emotions?
I don't believe so. There are gaps in my memory from before the morning. Many Warforged have gaps. Now I do what I can to maintain peace, and if I was unable to take my emotions and put them aside, I couldn't do my job very well. So, no, I think I control them reasonably well.
So, not sure. And she just kind of half says that to him and half to something else.
And sort of nods and says, yes. Well, I will be off now. If your friend comes by, I would love to meet them too. But until that happens, please enjoy salvation. And reaches up and sort of and literally reaches to, there's no cap on their head, but it almost, you swear it's this very almost like as if they were going to tip their cap or something like that to you, where there's no cap that's there, and then turns around and walks out. Fairly steadily, whatever the speech glitch is does not seem to pass to the rest of the body. But again, Yana, as you watch, and I would say now Marame watching would be able to note this, as you watch Sheriff go, there's a kind of balance to their steps, which indicates that they are not likely to be caught off guard.
She kind of drops down into a squatting position as she watches him leave and just once again says, and to anyone who's nearby, it's not directed quite at him or anything else, just broken. Broken. Just kind of brushes the ground and gets back up and starts walking away.
Let's jump over then to Ilarion, who is going down to the Goblin Mart, if I believe is where you were headed, the warehouse down here. Right there specifically. Whoops, that's where I meant to go. Okay, so you enter, Ilarion.
And once again, give me the names of the goblin who hired us and her daughter.
The goblin who hired you is Bellalore, and the person that you saved, her daughter is Garunda.
Dog is Errol.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Okay. What time of day is it at this point?
I believe when you got back, it was like early afternoon, I believe. Right. He said
that sounds
with
about
a question
right.
mark. I think I think they were looking at like 3 or maybe 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock maybe.
Okay. So the shops are still open for the day.
Yes.
Okay. Good. I will go to Bellalore's table or booth or whatever the heck they have here. I just if she's haggling with someone, I'll wait till she haggles. If she is free, I will greet her.
She's
depending on
not,
the
and
situation.
she is not with anybody, and she,
Right.
as you come close, and oh, it is wonderful to see you again, Ilarion. What may I do for you?
How busy is the marketplace at this point in time?
It's not super busy. This is, the market is, usually the market is at its busiest during certain rest days, and during kind of the regular day, it'll usually be busy early in the morning and then late at night, because the salvagers are usually out during the day. Salvagers either go out for day missions and come back, or if they go out, they just stay out there, but they don't, come back much late at night, because traveling in the gray is rough enough without doing it at nighttime.
Indeed. So there's not many people around at this point.
Correct.
In time.
Yeah,
Excellent.
there's a couple that are browsing in stalls, but not paying attention to you.
All right. Well, I will keep a half an eye on them just in case, and I will kind of lean forward because I'll have to because she's short. And it says, "You seem like a person who keeps their ear to the ground," I believe the phrase is, about what goes on in Salvation. Would that be an accurate assessment?
I'd say that's fair to say. I have to do a little bit to be able to, manage my business here, for one thing. And I've lived here for, quite a long time.
They hold up a hand. My apologies. How is Garunda doing?
Oh, Garunda's doing quite well. I actually sent her back to the home so that she could get washed up after her ordeal. I'm hoping to make her an actual real dinner tonight instead of whatever she was getting out there in the gray.
Indeed. I am sure that she will enjoy it. The reason I have come back to see you is I wish information that I think you might be able to impart about one Sodor Terov, and I'm watching very specifically for her reaction when I say the name.
Make an insight check for me, please.
Okay. Get back to my freaking sheet. There we go. Insighty sight. And kitty cat. That is a 16. Let me see you.
So when you mention that name, she definitely reacts. Definitely is kind of like, kind of eyes widen slightly, not like what, but just sort of
But
in recognition. Nods a couple of times. So yes, it seems quite clear that she knows of Zodor, and what she says is, yes, I suppose a lot of those in Salvation have heard of Zodor. May I ask why? If you're going to do a contract, I don't know that I'd do one for Zodor. It's just not the best way to get to know people here, I suppose.
And why is that?
Zodor is complicated. There is a number of people who are convinced that Zodor is a bandit, a thief, has a bunch of minions that works for him. In fact, some people take it almost as an article of faith. Anything that goes wrong in Salvation, Zodor is probably at the heart of it. That's the view of some people here, anyway.
Do you share this view?
And she sighs and says, I've talked to Zodor a few times. Do I think he's a rogue? Yes. Do I think he's out to make a buck? Yes. Do I think that I also would make a few coins if I could? Yes. I think the big difference between Zodor and some of the people in Salvation is that he admits that he's a thief when he's doing it. But I've never gotten the impression that Zodor is bad exactly, or at least not any worse than whatever happens to people who go in the gray. Zodor has people that work for him, but there are people who go out of their way to work for Zodor. It seems like a strange thing to do if you were really worried about being mistreated by him. He's not someone that I would do business with on a regular basis, but I don't know that he's quite as, evil mastermind as some people seem to think.
Let us circle back to the word you used a little earlier, thief. The reason I am asking about him is because Mother...
Johanna.
Yeah, Johanna, what was your last name?
Johanna, last name was Teskelindros. Teskelindros. So
Kel, sorry. Kel. Mother Johanna Teskelindros seems to think he was behind the theft at her church recently.
Hmm.
But from what you were saying, maybe. And
It's
they kind of look like,
It's possible, but it seems like I don't know that he would do that. He wouldn't want to take a chance to anger the chapel, I would think. Not because he's afraid of them, but because,
It would seem to, what is the term, borrow trouble where none is needed.
yes, especially since most people in the town distrust Zodor, and his being a shifter doesn't help matters. In fact, if you went to Mother Johanna, she probably told you that, well, Mother Johanna has very definite opinions. She has very definite opinions, frankly, about what I do, too, even though she doesn't think of me the way she thinks of Zodor. But she's a little harsh.
Interesting. You said do a contract with Zodor. What would that be for?
Sometimes Zodor hires salvagers the way that I do. Sometimes, in fact, he's even asked to hire Garunda, but I've never permitted her to do it, even though it might have been profitable for her. Once you start working for Zodor, people think of you as the kind of person who works for Zodor. Do you know what I mean?
I believe so. But to get to the bottom of this little disagreement, that may be necessary.
She shrugs and she says, well, you've only started to build your reputation here. Obviously, I trust you implicitly, but what the rest of the town will think, I don't know.
Has he committed any, what you would call, crimes?
He was caught involved in some theft a few months back, and he actually spent a little time in jail. But frankly, Sheriff means well, but wants to keep the peace, and tries to do so by keeping a balance. While Zodor was in jail, the taverns and inns didn't do very well, probably because Zodor told them to withhold their business until he was released. And Sheriff, of course, was never going to confront him about it directly. So yes, he's been caught doing things before. But again, theft is something that not only Zodor does, he's just more honest about having been involved in it before.
But an honest criminal is still a criminal. I think on that we can agree.
And she nods, yes, I would agree. What you define as crime, however, well, that can be up for interpretation sometimes.
And if evidence was procured that definitively stated Zodor Tarav committed this crime, it sounds like you are saying Sheriff will not be a great deal of help in this matter. Is that correct?
Don't get me wrong. Sheriff is brave and powerful. Sheriff, well, I don't know if you know the story, but Sheriff, after the mourning happened, walked out of the Mournland and came right out of the grave, right here to this place, and offered their services. Well, people in this outpost didn't know much what to think. The mourning had just happened. This was a military outpost for a while. Everyone was confused. Battles, armies going back and forth. And suddenly, this anonymous warforged shows up. At first, the town didn't do anything, but then after a while, the sheriff risked their lives multiple times for people in this town. And if it were simply a matter of authority, well, everybody respects Sheriff. But Sheriff wants everyone to get along, doesn't want to anger anybody, wants everyone to be at peace. And that means sometimes Sheriff doesn't really take the actions they need to make the peace last. If it were up to me, I'd knock some sense into a few people. But that's just not Sheriff's way.
See. Thank you, Balor. You've been most helpful. Oh, one more question. If one were to want to locate Zodor Tarav, where would one find them?
Zodor has an office, so to speak. You can find him not that far from here. He has an upturned artillery wagon that serves as a roof for his place, and several guards that stand out front of it at all times. He literally lives over a mud-filled crater. It won't be difficult to find him if you want to. But, if you're going to go, I'd recommend you bring your wits and your weapons.
Fortunately, those are always with me. Again, Bellalor, I thank you for your time and your information. It has been most helpful.
It is
Have a good
always
rest
my
of the day.
pleasure. And you.
All right, and Illyrian will head out and head up to the tavern.
All right, this sounds like a good moment to quickly reset and welcome everybody. You are watching Day 3 of D&D with I&B, Eberron Oracle of War. This is Part 3 of the Nightland. I am joined, as always, by Trendane Sparks, by Marie Bilodeau, by John Helfers, by Jennifer Brozek, and by Darkside Rob. If you like what you see in here, please make sure to follow our channel. Please sub to us and support the Patreon here, but also please check out all of these lovely people in their various artistic and streaming endeavors, because they are all wonderful people who are wonderful players, and they all deserve your support.
John
okay.
is so supportive of all of this that he had to get up and leave because he needed to show his support so
I'm going to support
physically
you by departing. Yeah.
by getting out of here.
Okay. So, all of you, meanwhile, are back in the tavern and back in the inn, and I'm gonna guess, although correct me if I'm wrong, that you are now like sitting down, beginning to chat with each other. This is just a few minutes after Sheriff has left. Is that true or not? I mean, you can tell me, the four of you, what you're doing after, because I imagine I know you had stuff to talk about, I believe.
Yana is still trying to figure out this whole, like, she understands it in theory, but she's never used a tavern to eat, really. You know, she's hunted her food, so this concept is kind of, she gets it, but she doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's
So
not,
she's sort of
not
like,
100%.
she's sort of following what everybody else is doing, but she's there.
Okay. Yeah, so food at this point would have been sort of passed around to various people. This is probably, this is picked up. Your tab is picked up by the nation of Brayland as acts of your King's Citadel work. So as you are all four sitting there and chatting with each other, what are you talking about, by the way? I'm curious.
Yana's just thinking about that Warforged and kind of trying to compare and square that Warforged with Illyrian.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And like, she gets that they're not the same, but she can't really put her finger on why.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
And she can't get over the fact that there was such a, like, she doesn't really know how to describe it, but the fact that that their emotions were so visible on their face.
Mm-hmm.
If she could describe it, it would be like, yo, bro, I know exactly what you're talking about, but that's not quite how she would put it. She just doesn't have the words to sort of be like, oh yeah, my emotions are complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Very like more so than the rest of the party even realizes.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Nisiana, Maramé, and Tanton. What about you? Tanton, are you continuing to work on something? Okay. Maramé, Nisiana, what about you?
Probably back and forth between talking about the cloak, talking about Illyrian's probably going to be upset that they missed Sheriff, and man, watching the two of them would have been interesting, and just chit chat.
I'm also, Mermaid is very excited that Starforge and Warforge rhymes. And she's like, I can totally work with that. And I'm like, Illyrian, the Flaterian thing didn't work so well, but maybe I can work something else out here. But I need to watch them together, so we've got to make this happen, okay? And yeah, we're just back and forth, like, incessantly, like people who know their own shorthand language.
At which point, Ilarion floats into the room, and Ilarion, you see the your four companions around a table. Tantan, as usual, working on something. Merime seems to be writing something. Nisiana is chatting, and Yana looks thoughtful, I would say. And there is food in front of them as well.
Good for them. They glide over, and I guess they'll sit down just to appear to keep appearances. And they look at all four of them and say, "What do you all think of Bellalore?"
She seems pretty nice and caring, and you missed the Warforged. You missed Sheriff. They want to
digest that for half a second, then and nods.
They want to meet you
In time. But do you think that if Bellalore were to tell us something, that we could take it as truth?
Yeah.
Well, from her point of view, of course.
Sure. But the gray is out there is a fact. That also happens to be true, is my point. The reason I am asking is I just came from the market where I spoke with her about Zordor Terev. She had a different point of view about him, in which he is as much of a rogue or a scoundrel as any of the others in the marketplace. But she did not go so far as to call him necessarily a outright criminal. Yes, he was caught for stealing something, and was put in jail. But she also said that the inns and taverns decreased their business, and that wasn't him doing that. Them doing that. She feels on his say-so that they depress the town's economy. So he has, assuming that is true, it would mean that he has outsized influence in Salvation.
Why would it be outside influence?
Outsized, not outside. Outsized, larger than what a small-time criminal scavenger leader should have.
Well, that makes them interesting.
It makes the situation interesting indeed. Apparently, he is known to hire salvagers. I am thinking maybe we should go find him and see if he has any salvage jobs to take on as a way of infiltrating his outfit.
Why would he have been interested in the Arrow of Truth?
That is a good question I intend to ask at the proper time.
Well, he may not have been interested in the Arrow of Truth. He may have been coming to talk to Mother Johanna to ask her to stop blaming him for something he did or didn't do, especially if he didn't do it, but he came and saw her hiring us. So, of course, he would run. If you're going to look at all sides of a wound, you have to look at it from their point of view, too.
Why would he assume we were specifically there for her task and not just church worshippers passing through on our way to somewhere else?
Because she was literally talking about him as a terrible person when we heard someone at the door.
Perhaps.
Also, if he was a shifter, and she kind of nods over to Yana, could possibly have been hearing it for quite some time.
Did Yana get the sense that he was stalking us?
No, because Yana barely saw. I mean, nobody did. I mean, it was just literally I forget even which one of you caught sight.
But did I sense?
Very quick.
Did I sense him pass?
It was Ilarion.
It was Ilarion that saw it.
It was Ilarion that saw it. Oh, right. I didn't even see it.
And in fact, remember, it was then Ilarion saw it and looked, and then Mother Johanna was like, "Oh," because Mother Johanna had also noticed. So you really got no sense of it, Yana, one way or the other.
Knowing that she missed him being there, she doesn't respond. She just kind of hisses under her breath. Just keeps listening.
Well, and I don't mean because he's a shifter. I mean because he may have been able to physically hear the accusations and then, of course, immediately run, thinking possible danger. As it has been pointed out, this place is dangerous.
I don't like that. I didn't know he was there. Not that he's a shifter. That. And she takes the biggest sigh you probably ever heard her hear. Is another problem.
I mean, we can always go talk to them and infiltrate, like you said. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Rather complicated. Does this face look like it could lie to somebody?
That is an excellent point, Nisiana. An excellent point. Also, we've already been spotted, so I don't think infiltration will necessarily. I don't think many Starforged or Kalishtar will go.
I mean, what's the harm in just going and talking to him? Well, I mean, it could be very painful, but
There is that on both sides.
yes.
But I'm amenable to having a conversation with this person as well. Perhaps your direct approach, Nisiana Jurasco, is the right way.
Yeah, I really can't see you doing anything undercover like that.
And they look down themselves like, I am rather recognizable, aren't I?
I mean, I have a disguise kit, and I'm pretty good at sewing, but I don't know that I have enough fabric, and
And then there's the problem of what you would make me into. A wagon?
Oh no, that's not a problem. I have so many ideas. Some of them are working into songs already. I will delight you with them soon, my friend, I promise.
She's very creative.
She's sort of, Yana's listening to all this and sort of gathering that none of them can sort of get away with getting into this group. And she kind of, again, hisses at the fact that she's the only shifter in the group and kind of thinks about it long and hard and goes, "Do you want me to do it?"
As Maramy Hawksmoor said, he spotted all of us. So he'll know what you look like as well. It is better for us to go as a group than alone.
I agree.
But
I mean, it's not like you're not known as a shifter, and they're rare.
I am a shifter. Perhaps that will mean something.
From how Bellalore phrased it, I don't think it will mean anything.
Tantan, what do
And
you
she
think?
really doesn't like the sound of that at all. And you can physically see her face scrunch at that sentence.
Illyria doesn't react
You
at
just
all.
went 2 points down in her book with that one.
Perhaps by some miraculous conflux of the universe, Tantan has put his stuff away and is kind of listening, looking back and forth between all the three people, and he sort of looks over at Illyria and then looks over at Yana and back and forth between the two. And
You know, given what you said about this person, he could potentially see her as useful.
Wait, what was that last part?
Useful, something to take advantage of. Especially if they are not necessarily kin, but kindred. He would know
When
her
he's
ability.
sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
When he says the words "take advantage of," her back goes way up. She doesn't like that at all.
And ditto with Nisiana. She's like, no. Like, this is like the
Perhaps-
first time you've seen Nisiana, like, actually, like, she's like, no. All she's
right.
part of our group. She will stay with us. No.
I agree.
Tiziana Jurasco, you are jumping to a conclusion. You haven't even heard what Miatantan Tagasha de Kenneth has said yet. Perhaps we should let him continue. Then we can decide whether it is a worthwhile course of action.
Oh, I don't think it's a worthwhile course of action at all. I think that if we go over there, or if Yana goes over there by herself, he will see in her opportunities to put her to work for him.
And that is a bad thing.
I believe that is correct.
Arv, how much do I know about shifter communities or shifters even in general in my wanderings?
I think you would have definitely encountered them before. One thing to note is that shifters are very, very different depending on the animals to which they are connected and to which they shift. And
Right.
so that's why, it's much more, Yana, a particular kind of shifter might connect with another particular kind of shifter that's similar, but shifter to shifter, not necessarily. In fact, if anything, at times, and Yana, I think, indicated this during the last session, shifters can find other shifters to be either troubling or sometimes to be doing it the wrong way because they know what it's like to have a group of people kind of look at them with suspicion, and wrongfully so. And so anything that creates suspicion from a shifter point of view is not so hot. So yeah, you would definitely have run into shifters before. No one exactly like Yana, of course, but you've run into shifters before, and they can be quite different. One thing I do want to just comment on very quickly, though, one of the things that Mother Johanna mentioned to you was the fact that Zodor was often sort of talked publicly about how he felt he was being singled out. In all fairness, Alarian, you have seen shifters in certain cases be singled out by, especially where you wander. Now, you have not spent all that much time in the big cities, so you have no idea what Sharn would think or whatever. But in terms of like these provincial places, even the good God-fear and folk of salvation,
Most of which are probably human.
yeah. I mean, they certainly, because of the connections with elves and warforged and halflings, like they've seen that before.
Right.
But there's a little provincialism to be found in these salt of the earth types,
I mean, anyways.
What I mean is that if shifters are, as rare as they seem to be, to now have two, somewhat similar in type, here in Salvation at the same time, a criminal such as this Zaphod.
Zodor Terra.
Very well.
Safe.
I just had this image of this bow before
Evil
General
Brox.
Zod.
Oh, it's from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I thought it was
I know.
Zapped Dingbats.
Well, whatever. Imagine the I can't think of the word, not culpability, the deniability that one could have if someone said, I saw, some very skulky shifter milling about and such, but
Zodor Terra.
thank you, Zodor was at, in full view at the tavern when it happened. Such deniability could be incredibly useful. So even to have Yana run simple tasks during a time when that person was supposed to be somewhere else, doesn't necessarily have to do crime. All he has to do is lie about it.
Hypothesis is weak. If Zodor is already appearing in public, then his alibi is already set. And you're assuming that Yana does not have one herself, i.e. us.
Well, you were just speaking of potentially sending her over there by herself.
I had not said that. In fact,
No, I
when she
didn't
brought-
mean you. I meant the group you.
Actually, I thought we were pretty much against it from the very beginning.
Yes, but it was
I'm
mentioned.
against it. I don't think any of us should go there alone.
Oh, I agree.
Good. Then that matter is settled.
I am the only shifter here. That's all.
At this table, yes.
Yes.
In town, no.
She kind of gives up with this line of talking.
What is it you think you will do talking to them one-on-one? Convince them to give up their life of chicanery and thieving and walk the straight and narrow?
Are you saying that to Yana?
Yeah.
She
Yes.
has no idea what the word chicanery means.
They're,
And she just kind of looks at you like you
an
are
abbreviation of
not
sugar
standing. You are not only does she not know that word, she is looking at you like you do not exist right now.
what do you hope to accomplish talking to them by yourself?
We need to do something. Yes?
Correct. That is what we are discussing right now.
Discussing. Blah. Blah. Words. Actions. What? What? And she just kind of gets up and walks away.
Let me go talk to her quickly.
Larry spreads her arms and do what you wish.
I'll roll my eyes a bit at Nisiana.
I've gone outside of the tavern, by the way. I'm outside by the
Just right outside.
yeah, like leaving out the front door. I sort of went outside, and I don't know if Mermaid has gotten there in time, but she sort of just walks outside of the wall and just sort of punches the wall. Just it's a childish thing to do, but she's sort of feeling like a child right now. More child than adult.
I don't think Mermaid would have been too slow in following, because she would have been like, oh, if she goes
Okay.
on her own, that's kind of bad. Are you okay, Yana?
And she sort of she doesn't answer verbally. She just kind of looks at her like,
Like, I know it must be troubling to have another shifter here. I can only imagine. I've never even met another Kalishtar, so. But we just want you to stay safe. You know that, right?
fool. Fool.
Who, us? You? Elarian? Everyone?
Yes. I'm a shifter. But why? What? What? Am I good? Am I bad? Am I nothing? Why? What? Shifter, not shifter. Who? And she punches the wall again.
Okay.
Wall rattles a little bit, by the way.
Mermaid leans against the wall and just softly starts strumming her lute. And, you know, good or bad are matters of intentions and actions, like you said. But having friends and good people around you to surround you and support you, that only helps steer you in the right direction, too. She's trying to play a little soothing music. She's noticed that Yana likes her playing, so she's...
Yana's trying to hum along to it a little bit under her breath. She very much likes the music. As she does that too, she sort of turns and kind of slides down the wall to sit at the bottom while the playing continues. And she just kind of feeling a bit defeated says, "Your words sound nice. But don't mean much to me. I speak more with you, with the others, than I even speak to myself, even to Altus. I never learned words that you and they use. I know how to live, to survive. But dreams are hard. And she sort of just like takes the icicle that's on her ear and sort of like brings it down to her hand and sort of plays with it a little bit and continues. Are you still playing the music?
Oh yeah.
Hums along. Sort of. And you can see the icicle in her hand sort of react as if it's Altus themselves reacting to her humming as well. And suddenly she sort of puts it back on her wrist and sort of stands up and looks at you and just says, looks you right in the eyes when she says this too, and says, "Never again. Never again. I am strong. They will never again hurt me."
Mary believes in the power of silence as a performer, as important as speaking. But she'll hold you in the eye. She will not shy away. Stay with us. Language is something that we learn together, that develops. And to the best, for my word, for what it's worth, we will help keep you safe.
Yona, I will help keep you safe. And she hears that. And maybe for the first time ever, she doesn't smile. But she feels welcomed. And she sort of looks at you, Marimay, and just in the softest, sweetest voice you've heard from her yet, she says, "I like your music."
Thank you. I'm working on some songs I think you'll really like. Stick around and I'll share them with you, I promise. Do you want to go back in?
She doesn't say anything else.
That's fair. I'll kind of gently nudge her back in. Let's go
Before,
finish your meal.
there are some things to be said before you two come back in.
Of course.
All right, Nisiana, what's that? First of all, they did this, and also...
No. Just Nitiana is just, she's like, we should never, and she's basically pointing to Tantan and to Ilarion, offer to sacrifice one of our own to get something done. That is wrong. She She may have brought it up, but she doesn't understand. Or if she does understand, she's offering something that could hurt her. If I would be this angry if Tantan, you said, I'm going to go over there and let him use me. No, you don't do that. That is wrong. That will get you hurt. So, no.
So, are you saying that I can't choose my destiny for myself?
You can choose it, but know that I'm going to tell you that I think it's a bad idea.
Well, that's very different than saying we are not going to do it.
I'm still saying we're not going to do it. You can tell me no, but don't push someone else in that direction.
I don't believe any of us was doing that in the first place.
Don't
not sure
encourage someone like Yana in that direction.
That was not my intention. I was
Exactly.
pointing out that it is a fool's errand to do so.
Yes, but you notice how much Yana likes words? She doesn't. She likes action. And if you're going to give her an action to go off and run and do something, that's like someone I've set their ankle and then said, you need to exercise your ankle, and they think they need to go run a mile. That's just going to break her ankle even more and not actually heal. And probably a bad analogy right now, but this is what I mean.
So, if we have some major engagement coming up and we need to do a planning session, does that mean we completely leave her out of it, lest she leave in the middle of it?
No. It just don't encourage her to take action over thought in a very, very possibly dangerous way. I mean, we were throwing out ideas and she wanted to run off. She may have run off. I don't actually know where Mary May is.
Do you trust Merrimer?
With my life?
Then I think that perhaps Yana is safe.
Yes. Yes, she would be safe.
Have you pursued this route to its logical conclusion by now?
Yes, but I don't necessarily feel heard. But that's okay. I frequently.
Well, the reason you may not feel heard is because both of us did not do what you're accusing us of in the first place, which is a little offensive. I'm not going to lie, and this is Alarian saying this to you.
Yeah.
Like, none of us said she should go off and do that. What you were saying, what you are accusing us of doing. I don't usually care about that kind of thing, but in this case, Nisiana Jarasco, you are completely wrong about ascribing our motives here.
Has nothing to do with motives. It has everything to do.
It has to do with what you think we said. That is not correct, what you think we said. It is incorrect. And you're belaboring the point to try to make us get your point, which we understand. And we're stopping her from doing. That is incorrect. That is the point I am making. At no point did either Miatantan, Tagasha, Kenneth, or myself say she should go off and meet him by himself. At no point did we say that, yet you continue to imply that we did say that.
That is what Tantan said.
No, he did not. He brought up an idea. He did not say, go throw him in there for an opportunity. He was bringing up an idea. And at no point did I hear him say, this is what we should do. If you heard that, I cannot foresee why you would take that from what he stated as a simple putting it out there as this is a thought. I did not take it as this is the plan we should do. I did not take it as him putting it forward as this is the plan we should do. At all. It was a thought of what the hell's his name? Sorry. Hang on.
See? That's how it happens. It's a Z name and it's gone.
Zodor Terev would take advantage of her if he knew she was here. That is what Miatantan Takasha Tithaneth was saying. That is all.
All right. Tantan, was that what you were saying?
Effectively, yes. And if there was a misunderstanding, it's entirely possible that I did not explain myself well enough, but this brings me to my secondary worry that, as you say, she doesn't like words. And that's more or less all I do.
Ah! Sorry.
Alarian looks at the thing in your hand and then looks back up at you.
Well, there are words involved in it.
She doesn't like planning, I think.
Which
Is
is
its own
going to become an issue.
It's correct.
Yes, which is why I would really rather not have any of us go up alone. And as we all learn to work together on this, we make sure she understands why there is necessary planning.
If I may respectfully suggest, either you or Merriman should explain that to her, because words.
You have a good point there. We just hadn't gotten into this kind of situation before, so we didn't necessarily know we have to. It's like you don't know how bad something's going to bruise until it actually happens, and then once it happens, you teach don't do that again because this is what's going to happen.
At which
Action
point,
consequence.
I would say at which point Maramé and Yana would probably at this point walk back into the room.
As I say, action consequence.
Pretty much, yeah. Exactly, yeah. Hi, Raka.
And Mary May, Nisiana is still really kind of upset about this whole thing. High color, kind of gesturing instead of her normal just sort of sit there and not do.
As Yana
Telepathic link of, oh my God, what's wrong with you?
Yeah. Back and forth, like, oh, let's.
And she's like, and then, and
And she's really angry.
We're just like looking at each other.
Yeah,
Tell me everything.
As Yana sits back down, she kind of looks at everyone, and having said what she said to, God, I'm so bad with names, Maramé, she kind of looks over the table at everyone and makes the next statement as clear as she possibly can. She just says, "No one will use me to their advantage. No one will take advantage. It happened only once." And she motions to her wrist. "And as long as I am with all of you, it will not happen again. I offer to help the party because you helped me. I will listen when you speak. All I ask is you do the same for me." And she puts her hand down.
Agreed.
I'm still playing my lute and chatting with Nisiana unless she wants to jump in. I'm like, just
Through my whole speech? What's wrong with... No, I'm kidding.
gently.
I just love
Gently.
the... Bring,
Yeah.
bring, as I'm saying all of that.
I'm emphasizing the right
But you're
area.
punctuating, yeah,
it works.
exactly,
Yeah, it's
exactly.
good.
So about playing toss a coin to your shifter, oh belly, while all this is going on.
I think Nisiana Jurassica's plan is the right one to actually just, or is it Maramé or Nisiana? Whoever suggested just going over and having a conversation with them. It was Nisiana.
That was me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is the
I
right
just-
one. All of us go over there.
I think we will all have very different perspectives to what we see and hear there.
No doubt. So if you are done eating, there's no reason not to do this now.
Oh, eating.
Ha! Sorry, no, this is the last time. Stop playing with your erector set and go eat something.
The food was right there, and he's still playing with the
Right.
little thing. Yeah.
So
Perhaps another 10, 15 minutes for you to
No,
finish.
no. I can eat later. It's fine.
so the group
Yana
of you
actually finally takes a couple of bites of the food that's in front of her. She having
I
realized she
will
really
wait until
doesn't eat
everyone
much.
is exactly. That's kind of
because
kind
hey,
of
it's
the
gotten
point.
cold, Yana, but it's good otherwise. Like, just like
And
She don't care.
and Ilarion kind of stares at me and Taunton until he actually will eat something, since we had just crappy rations out for the last day and a half.
Oh, man!
what?
I don't know.
Did you just spill something?
Kind of.
Is it fries?
No.
No, it's the
you're right.
ketchup.
No
I
fries
didn't
to
get-
spill. That's
I
the
didn't get
problem.
fries. No. I finished the ketchup because I wasn't going to waste it. But I was eating my chicken nuggets before we were starting, and I took the bowl that had the ketchup in it. Since I had finished it all, I went and cleaned it out, and I put ranch dressing in it so I could dip the chicken nuggets in it. And when we started, I was like, I'll just put this over here. And when I got finished drinking my cherry Dr. Pepper, I put it in the bowl. And so I was like, oh, I need some object to play with. I need a bowl. And I'm like, I've got a bowl right here. So I went and I grabbed the cup and took it out of the thing and threw it on top of my bed. And there's now ranch dressing smeared across my
Oh,
bed.
That feels like a very.
And now your bed
Tantan
needs to
thing.
roll initiative.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Your bed to roll initiative.
That story was worth getting there.
That ranch rolled a natural 20.
It was
So
a
there
good
you go.
setup.
Right. So Tanton just picks up his bowl of whatever he's got and a spoon and just starts walking towards the door, eating. He's going.
The barkeeper sort of is like,
I look at the
Like-
bartender too, who's looking at him, just waiting to see what's
yeah,
going to happen.
the bartender is like,
that bowl back. I'll bring it back. We're staying here. Do you only have one bowl in this place?
It's
Are we all?
fine.
Is this a communal bowl?
He just kind of waves in
bowl
your
was an
general, like it's
heirloom.
fine, like general direction.
Because if this is a communal bowl, it could be communicable.
Oh man. He sort of waves
I think
you
we're
out.
having a failure to communicate.
And as the five
everyone
of
else
you
heading out?
depart,
Yeah.
I assume, correct me if
as
I'm
we
wrong.
go out, I will lay a
Yes.
gold coin on the bar for the trouble and just head out. And as usual, I'm the last one out the door.
Okay.
What's this damn bowl made out of? Man, if it's
I don't
gonna
know. The
take
innkeeper's
gold.
gonna love the fact that we're staying here. Every time something happens, gold coin.
So I'm going to, as a quick programming note, I'm going to get you, we're going to go another few minutes, then we will take our break, and then we'll get back into it. My plan is for us to go to 11:30, so 4 hours. So I want us to go to 11:30 p.m. Eastern, which will be about an hour and a little under 2 hours, basically, but not counting the break. And so we will get the, oh my goodness, it's a Rudenel. It is good to see you, Arudinel. Genuinely happy to see you, man. Welcome, Arudinel. Welcome. You used to have a lot of respect for Tren, even more because Jerry Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is... I'm a huge fan of Tren in every way, but he's just so wrong on Dr. Pepper. It's
Oh,
just...
Yes.
It's
you said
just-
there was a but in that sentence.
It's terrible. It's just... It's...
Sacrilege.
I'll tell you what,
Sacrilege.
Cherry Dr. Pepper is most certainly my raisins in this conversation.
Hey,
Okay,
yeah.
then
Hell yeah.
then much like raisins, I will take your cherry Dr. Pepper ration,
I will take your amount.
thus protect you from them.
Berries
I
and
love
cream, man. Berries and cream, Dr. Pepper. Oh my God.
Okay. So...
Oh,
It all tastes like runoff
Deliciousness,
from a
I believe is what you
nuclear
mean to say.
nuclear fission
Tastes like
reactor.
sarsaparilla. That's what it's based on. Yes.
So all of you make your way down to where you have been told you can find Zodor. And Zodor actually lives right down around, I put it there, basically lives here, right near the outskirts of town. Let me bring the
I
rest
was going to
of
say, for those of you watching at home,
Yeah, here we
don't
go.
worry.
There we go.
You'll have a map in a moment.
Yeah. There we
It's a
go
guy who
here. So
lives in a pit, literally.
right over there. And so this is where he is. And it is indeed, as you had been warned, a very bizarre kind of place to live. It's made from his office, is made from these lashed together timbers with an upturned artillery wagon which serves as a roof. And the whole structure perches on these stilts over a mud-filled crater. It's the weirdest looking place you could imagine. It's certainly the opposite of welcoming. And there's a rickety ladder that ascends to what you assume is the entrance, which is a curtain of yellowing bones which have been threaded on copper wires. Think bead curtain, but bones, and horizontal instead of vertical. And you've got pretty much what this is.
1970s cannibalism. Gotcha.
Yeah, pretty much. and also suede carpet. Yeah,
Is that today's daily double trend?
Right.
And there is, when you get there, you can see that standing near the bottom of this ladder outside of the mud crater, so basically right around there, you can see that there is a human kind of slouched over near one of the stilts, kind of leaning up against one of these sort of strong stilts that holds up the rest of the building, and seems to have a toothpick in his mouth, and has kind of dirty brown hair, has a rough leather tunic, rough leather pants, this kind of very dirty kind of cloth shirt, and you can see that he has a short sword and a dagger at his belt. And as you come up to him, or you come up in that general area, he kind of pushes himself off and from the stilt, so he's standing and, yeah, what do you want?
Is he in front of the entranceway? The staircase
He's next to it.
thingy?
So basically,
Okay.
yeah, the ladder extends down so that you'd have to like reach out over the mud crater a little bit, but you can reach the ladder and then climb up. And so he's standing right next to it, basically, next to the stilt, which is holding up the building.
All right. We are here to speak to Zodar Terov.
And he says, all right. And what exactly have you got to say to Zodor?
Hello.
can
Some other
say-
things.
You can say that from down here.
Hello.
You say that kind of up there, and there's silence, and he says,
Not very
that's
chatty, is it?
not particularly. He sees people once we make sure that it's all right and safe.
Oh, totally not what I thought you were saying. All right, very well.
And he says, why do you want to talk to him?
We're here to discuss the incident at the Church of the Silver Flame.
Don't know about any incident.
See, that's why we need to talk.
Since you are not Zodar Terov, I would understand why that is the truth. That's why we need to speak to Zodar Terov.
And he kind of looks you up and down, and he says,
Yeah, he has to look up, that's for sure.
yeah, exactly. Well, mostly up. That's true, yeah. I see what you did there. But he looks all of you up and down and I don't know. 5 armed adventurers going up there with Zodor?
Valerian holds his hands out, their hands out. As you can see, I am not armed.
I can see that you're pretty big, though.
Are you afraid the floor of this building will not support my weight?
I'm not sure if his neck would support a blade in it. You sure you're not hiding one, or one of the rest of you?
Do you wish to search me?
And he kind of looks and he says, I do. And he sort of looks at the other 4 of you as if kind of like waiting to see if any of you are going to be like, no, don't, type of thing.
Basically, Danton's got his jeweler's hammer.
I will tap, tap, tap him.
Okay. So he comes over and he kind of looks and yeah, so he does the, ding, 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 like basically, and he sort of, all right, you seem clean enough. What about the other 4 of you?
Whether they submit to that is up to them.
I don't mind leaving my weapons here if it means meeting with him.
You leave them in a pile right there by the stilts, and I'll make sure that they don't get taken.
That's very kind of you. Do you mind if I bring my instruments with me in case a song happens to take hold of my heart?
Problem with songs that take hold of people's hearts is they can take hold of other people's minds. I don't suppose you're one of them bards, are you?
Well, when you put it like that, not one who takes holds of people's minds. No.
And he kind of, his eyes narrow. He's like,
Unsaid unless I wish to.
he says, I don't know that you'd have any reason to play your instrument any more than use a weapon up there. If you want to leave it in that pile, it'd probably be safest for everyone.
You would not deny an old man his walking stick, would you?
Exactly.
Her
I saw this
walking
movie
boot.
once where it was based on this book
Moving
that was
picture.
even better.
It's
And
amazing.
All right. I'll leave all of them, save my lyre. I'm sorry. It's personal. It means a lot to me.
make a persuasion check, Mermaid.
Woohoo.
And I'm assuming this is persuasion, not actually. Oh, dang. Okay.
What did I
He's
get? I can't
Natural
s-
20.
So he's like, you know what? You're right. Also, could you teach me that? I'd
This
appreciate
is not
it.
the
No, I
writer
didn't.
you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Could you do
Move
a
along.
concert for all of us right now? We'd
You
love
know,
to hear you play
I'm a
something.
big
Do you
fan of
take
your
requests?
work. If you could autograph, no, he doesn't do any of that. But he does sort of nod. He's like, all right. So he literally does, as is what we see in the movie. He literally is, like does this thing where it's like, it's fine. So I assume you wink at your companions. All right.
Yeah.
And then he looks at Tantin and Nisiana and Yana.
She literally pulls out a dagger, like a little tiny thing, and then like 5 darts. And she's like, yes.
I think it'd be really funny if you were the last one to do that. Like everyone's putting this stuff, and you're like, dink! Like is the last stuff just to drop it on top,
Rolls her eyes. Fine.
Okay.
I use this to cut bandages.
He's sort of, all right, that's fine. He doesn't seem overly concerned about your threat level in terms of, he seems to buy into that, Nisiana.
Then I put them back in because
Well, no, he definitely
makes me
wants
go-
you to put
okay.
him down. Yeah. But he's just sort
Okay.
of like, he isn't like, wait, but what else are you? He seems fine with that. And what about you? He looks at you, Tantin, because you've got all this like paraphernalia, and you've got the bowl that you've been eating from, and he's just like kind of.
God, he still had the bowl.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
And so-
need to ask you to put some of that down here too.
Oh, dear.
Give him the bowl.
Oh, this bowl is my responsibility. I told him I would bring the bowl back.
Nothing's gonna happen to your bowl.
It's not my bowl. That's why it's in it. Hold this for a moment. And not to the guard guy.
Oh,
Right.
that would hilarious. You give it to the guard, though. Here, hold on.
Oh, no. It's like, how long do you have? And so he just starts. There's a scene in a wonderful Sylvester Stallone movie called Oscar, where he's playing a gangster and he starts like one of his henchmen who's supposed to not have any weapons on him. He's like, give it. And so the dude just starts pulling weapons out everywhere.
Like,
And
right.
he's like, it's like disarming Germany as he's putting these things down. And that's what this is like.
Well, it's the
this guy that
classic
just-
cop right show, like turn in your badge, Jones, and then like he just puts every weapon on the God's free earth onto the onto the desk. Okay, so there's just this. So he just kind of like the toothpick just goes back and forth as he just watches you like piling up this stuff.
Most of which is tools. of
Yeah, exactly.
course.
But several of
Exactly.
them have bladed edges and
Yeah.
are pointy, sticky, bludgeoning-y kind of things.
Yep. So he does all. So you do that, and then he finally looks at you, Yana, and he says,
Takes the bowl back. And continues.
he's like, he just kind of sort of, he doesn't roll his eyes. He's like, ugh. And goes back to you, Yana, and he's like, you have anything?
She
Any
just starts
weapons?
taking the scimitar off, and then she has her 2 daggers. She basically just where are all the weapons being put down?
In one huge pile, like just it's like practically toppling over at this point of weapons and paraphernalia.
Where's the nearest wall?
Not around here. There's a crater and there's a bunch of stilts. There's not really a wall.
There's
really
no
around here.
there's no wall
No,
around here.
Not. I mean, like
Alright,
the
so she
building
just-
is, back in the
It's like
She
a
town.
just
treehouse.
twirls.
Yeah.
She just twirls both of them in her hands, and then she just throws them blade down right into the dirt.
Okay. Stunk, stunk.
Yeah.
And he sort of nods and he says,
Tantin seems very disappointed.
he nods and he says, all right, you can go up whatever order you want, but I'd make sure that once you get up there, you clear some room. It's good amount of room up once you get up there, but that ladder's none too stable. And he kind of holds he brings the ladder over, like reaches out so that someone can take it from them to the bottom of it to climb.
Is there like a landing outside?
Nope.
Before the door, just right into
Goes
the door.
directly right up into this bead curtain thing that you can see, or this bone curtain, I should say.
Valerian takes the ladder, gives it to Tanton, I guess is going to be the best one. He says, hold that. And then they start climbing, which is not going to be easy for me at Tanton, I don't think.
I think you're right. I'm not going to make you do a check. It's just one of those, like, no, there's no need to do a check. But one of the things, although, actually, wait a minute.
There's no
if,
need.
If
but it would
Tanton,
be
if Tanton is
hysterical.
actually trying to eat while climbing, I am absolutely going to make you do a check. But assuming you actually do not take, that's what I'm. Yeah, I was like, then you're doing a check. You're just like, assuming you're not doing that, then it's easy. But I do want to point out, and I'm going to use a personal example from my youth, from my foolish youth. There was in my hometown, there was a there was a small little like forested area, and in the middle of it there was a small pond. And for whatever reason, there was what looks basically like a ski jump. The only thing we could figure out is that somebody would use it to, like, in the summer, jump, I guess, like in, like, you know, like literally like water skis, and then jump up and over and into this pond. But the thing was ancient. I mean, it must have been like 30 years old by the time we saw it. It had been, you know, abandoned long since. So we, being really stupid, would climb up on this thing, right? You know, and I was like a sophomore in high school or whatever, and I was like, this is a good idea. And so, you know, and so when you're on it, it was like, like you could hear it, but it is so dumb, like, honestly. But you could hear the sound of the wind creaking through it. And so that's the image I want you to think of as you're suspended over this mud crater as you're climbing up, just like it creaks terribly. But it nonetheless does not break. And so as you push your way, who's going first, by the way? Who's the one in front?
Me.
Okay. So Alarian, as your head kind of surfaces up through the bone curtain, you can see that this is a decent-sized room, in fact. And you can see that there is a table of sorts. It actually looks like it might be, like, again, like a bit of a wagon or a wheelbarrow maybe, or something that, like, is turned over, because it looks like there used to be wheels, but the wheels have been removed.
Like
So now there's just a
everything
flat
over
bottom.
using it. Yeah,
Apparently.
it's-
And
yeah.
so sitting behind it in a chair, and right next to the entrance as you come up, is this other human. This one with curly dark hair, dark skin, standing above you, kind of his arms folded, sort of glaring down. Doesn't stop you. Obviously heard the conversation.
No, it does not.
But like, just watches as you climb up into it.
And up. And up,
And then you're
not
able to
looking down
make
at
room.
him.
And as everybody else comes up, you can all see that behind this desk of sorts is someone who's sitting in a chair, looking outwards. And this is a person that I would say all of you can tell. There is something about the quality of the features of this person, which, as I mentioned, kind of these feline features, narrow face, pierced eyebrows. And when you all come up and see, this person is sitting behind this overturned wheelbarrow, whatever thing it is, and sort of his eyes are narrowed. And Yana, when you come up and he looks at you, he kind of tilts his head, looking for all the world like a vaguely curious cat looking in your direction. And when you're all up, he he looks over at his man, and he says to him, "All right, Rolls, you can go down. Tell Shybuck I'll be down in a minute when I'm done with this group. It's all right." And so Rolls, the human who's been by the entrance, nods, climbs down the ladder, leaving all of you there. And the one behind the wheelbarrow sort of nods at all of you and gradually leans back, and he says, "All right, you've come to see me. My name's Zodor. I'm most curious to hear what exactly you're doing in my home." And that's where we're going to take our brief break. You are watching Day 3 of D&D with INB, Eberron, Oracle of War, Part 3 of the Nightland. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel, and please check out these wonderful people that you can see right here in larger pictures in front of you. And that is, of course, Trending Sparks and Marie Bilodeau and John Helfers and Jennifer Brozek and Darkside Rob. This has been a great session. I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you folks are as well. Please stick around with us, and we'll be right back to you folks in about 10 minutes for the remaining portion of tonight's session. Hang tight.
I forgot that we had.
Okay. We are back. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to day 3 of D&D with INB Eberron and Oracle of War, part 3 of the Nightland. Just before we get started, I and we'll be going until about 11:30, so about an hour and 20 minutes or so. I did want to mention very quickly, because I've been trying to do this for all of my campaigns. I did a little bit of a quick calculation about a week ago or so, and I determined that we have about, roughly speaking, now this is doubled up in a couple of spots because, for example, Trendane is in 2 campaigns, so Trend's already heard this before because he was in the other campaign to which I brought this up, but right now we have about 32 people across all of the campaigns in terms of players that are part of the campaigns that I run, or that Brandon runs, or that Mike Underwood runs, or that are, in some ways involved either here or over on the campaigns I run over on GOG.com. Of that 32, we have 11 women, 14 men, 7 non-binary. We have 12 people of color. We have something on the order of 7 that are openly LGBTQ. There may be others, but the ones that have been, wish to come out and announce as such. And 15 non-US. So I don't want to say international because that would be very US-centric. So I'll just say 15 non-US of that group. And so I'm pleased to see that this is not a bad ratio. We need to continue to kind of move towards more of that. But one of the reasons that it's important to me to talk about that is I think every channel that does this, every channel that has tabletop play, should have in my view, has a certain obligation to be trying to be vaguely representative of the audience that it would hope that would be watching it. And so that's something that we're trying to do on this channel as well. And one of the ways that we did that was through the organic broadening of our player groups, our audiences, people that we directly know. And so I'm happy about that. And there's more work obviously yet to be done, but I did want to mention that. And of course, these lovely people are 5 of the people that make up that group of that I just mentioned. So we're trying to increase diversity and the like as much as we can, but we're also doing so in a way that hopefully increases the representation that we see every day on screens, because I think it's important. And it helps that these are amazing, wonderful players that I am privileged enough to DM for. So I just wanted to bring that up. And Trent's heard this twice. Sorry, Trent.
Right, but when you're saying that we're organic, you mean we're using like non-synthetic fertilizer for all of our stuff, right?
Yes. I should have also I should have done that. Like, how many are organic? How many? I should have thrown that in there as that number.
Right, because he's completely synthetic.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I beg your pardon. They are completely synthetic.
Okay. That's good.
They run entirely on oat milk. I don't know if you know this.
Hey,
oat milk is good.
Really good.
Yeah, oat milk is good. That's what I'm going to tell you.
I do like me some oat milk.
Get the hell out of here with that soy milk and almond milk. No. Like, where it's at is oat milk.
All I use is oat milk. What the hell am I being attacked for?
Oh, yeah.
We're not attacking you. We're just vehemently stating that we agree with you.
We are oat milk friendly.
You're all milk friendly, exactly. But anyway,
is this a fight? Are we fighting now? Okay, good.
But we're all apparently violently agree.
Yeah, exactly. We are strongly in agreement. Yeah, you're saying Arvin Elrond is full of fertilizer. Is that what Trend? Really? So Tantin, suddenly the floor underneath you collapses, and you.
But he weighs half as much now.
That's true. Yeah, you just float without it.
Floating away.
Right.
All right, let's fire up the music and let's get back in it. But I did want to mention that because I think it's important that we continue to move forward on those sorts of things. So
representation matters.
All right.
Ooh,
yeah.
Milkademia. Oh wow, that sounds
all
good.
Right. So we are currently sitting in Zodor Tarev's office, in quotes, and Zodor Tarev has just asked
why
why
it was his house.
You have. Well, yes. He's asked.
He works from home.
That's how
It's
he
a home
referred to it.
office.
Exactly. It's a
That's
work
how
from
we-
home. Exactly. Don't
Pandemic
assume.
times.
So yes, he is sitting there and waiting to hear a response.
So because he did say why you've come to my home, which is his exact words.
Yep,
my
that's
response is actually predicated on that. And it's like, given that we went through the search by your minion and were therefore technically invited here, perhaps if you don't want people coming to your home, you shouldn't do business in it.
And he says, well, most of my time I try to do my business with people with whom I'd like to be involved. That is to say, I don't usually have people up in my home except if they're coming to ask me for something specific. I assumed that you had something. That's why I allowed some of my men down there to allow you up.
You are correct. We have come here to ask you something specific.
What may I do for you?
Do you have is it the Arrow of Truth? Is that what it's called?
That is what it's called, yeah.
Okay. Do you have the Arrow of Truth from this? Do you have the Arrow of Truth?
Would you
Among
like to
all
try-
elements,
would you
of
like
such
to take one more
diverse
step?
elements
Flame.
as.
John, would you like to try, run that back? Try one more take. Can we take one more take at that?
Yeah, from the top. From the top,
Now,
please.
now do it like sheriff. Go ahead.
He's like, all right, I'm bored. Get out. Like, God damn it.
You already got that take.
He says so. And he says, the Arrow of what now?
The Arrow of Truth from the Church of the Silver Flame.
Why would I have something like that? The Arrow of Truth from the Church of the... Oh, I see. You've been talking to Mother Jahala, have you again?
Well, just the first time, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Johanna, actually, isn't it?
Oh,
No,
sorry. That's what I meant.
Judge-
I was so confused when your guy
Janana.
there couldn't get... When Ilarion there, they couldn't say it. No.
She seems to think, and note I am not accusing you of it. She seems to think that you were the person who may have taken the arrow from the church.
I'll bet. I assume that she told you that I was not to be trusted, right?
She did not speak of you in glowing terms, that is correct.
What a surprise. I do not see eye to eye with Mother Johanna or with the Church of the Silver Flame, mostly because they don't see eye to eye with me. My eyes aren't, human enough. You might know what it's like. And she kind of, he looks, just sort of, his eyes shift to you for just a second, Yana, and then looks back at the rest of you and he says, but I can tell you that despite what those in the town might think, I'm not interested in gratuitous theft. It ain't good for business.
Do you know who might possess the arrow of truth in town?
Well, I'd have to know more about this artifact before I could tell you who might be interested in it. Lots of people want stuff here.
And Valerian realized they didn't really ask much about the arrow itself, and not knowing what it does or even is. They're at kind of a disadvantage. If we were to bring you that information, could you then take a guess as to who might want to steal it from the church?
Well, maybe. But frankly, I mean, what we really need here is not so much what it is that the thing does, but what it is that, what makes it... Is it valuable because it's the only thing they have? I mean, if it's just a couple of, collection plates and offering bowls, well, I can imagine there's any number of petty criminals. If this is a real artifact, though, well, that's a whole other thing.
Greg, when I remember when I did my role for the Silver Flame and about that, I got a pretty high response.
Mm-hmm.
Do I remember anything specific other than it was supposed to be one of the last things that the hero used?
That and that really is what makes it important from the point of view of the the adherence to the Silver Flame, is the fact that it was used by this hero to fight off in this battle and so on.
Oh yeah,
it's almost like a traveling
exhibit.
exhibit,
Right.
Right.
So basically, I would kind of nudge Alarian and remind him very quickly what it is and what it's supposed to do, which is it's silver and it's an artifact of.
Considering it's the
great
same
hero.
day, considering it's the same day, I would think my character would probably remember that, not 3 weeks in real time.
That's true.
Exactly. So it's like, isn't it supposed to be solid silver pretty much?
It is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Let's rewind a couple minutes and he will share that information. They will share that information with Zodor Tarov because that's
Solid
kind of valuable.
silver, huh? Well,
Indeed.
I imagine it would be. Well, for one thing, of course, silver has its own value, but for a second thing, Rudnell might have subscribed for Twitch Prime for 30 months just now, and that would be impressive. Thank you very much, Arudina. I appreciate it. It's good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. He says, what he actually says is, for one thing, silver in itself might be valuable, but for a second, well, silver weaponry has certain value. I imagine, if anything, people would be happy to have silver weapons around, just in case one of the, wear-touched might happen to lose control. We like to go howl at the moon, or haven't you heard?
Ilarion thinks for a second. I had not heard that.
Nor did I.
And he says, oh, you need to spend more time getting used to the local bigotries then. Why, after all, we can barely control ourselves without giving to the beast within.
Oh,
I'm sure
so
you've
you're saying
had
it's
people
true.
warn you. And he looks at you and he's like, no, I'm saying
Then-
it's sarcasm.
Oh!
Is there a contingent in town besides the church that would wish to dispossess you of this looks around building and perhaps run you out of town, Zodar Terev?
Oh, I imagine many people could if they had the opportunity. They probably don't much trust me. I'm just an independent businessman, but they have certain ways of doing things here in Salvation. So I don't, I run afoul of some of those local regulations from time to time. So I imagine there's some people that might want to be rid of me, sure. But I don't know whether they're using this, what did you call it, arrow of truth to deal with me. I'm just, I specialize in transferring goods from one place to another that other people don't necessarily use, or other people don't necessarily do. So, who knows? Maybe some of the people down in the market might have an interest in removing me or, accusing me of something I didn't do.
Out of curiosity, though, why were you at the church earlier?
You talking about?
We spotted you walking into the church. We were right there,
Walking into the church?
or in near the door of it. And you turned around when you saw us there.
And he kind of looks at you like, he's like, I don't think I much know what you're talking about.
Do I get insight that he's
Yeah.
bullshitting?
Yeah, I
me?
would
Let's
like
find
to
out.
as well.
Insight
Let's
roll,
find
please.
out. Go ahead and make an insight roll.
Doing it.
Who's making that roll?
I got a 21.
Marame. Nisiata, you're like, sounds reasonable.
Oh,
Nisiata's
Apparently.
like, completely credible.
I
I
have
believe
some.
it.
To be fair, I wasn't the one who actually saw him. That was
Right,
Elaine.
exactly.
Neither.
You're like, I don't know. Yeah,
I've used all
Marame, you're
my
like,
20s.
yeah, you're just like, look,
I'm done.
The two of you are like, this seems kind of reasonable.
He seems
Um,
credible.
Yeah. Outstanding citizen.
Okay, so.
Keep in
all right,
mind,
that's interesting.
Arv, I got a 21.
Yeah, I'm gonna come to that in just a minute.
All right.
Give me 1 second. I'm responding to something else that was just seen. Okay.
For those of you listening at home, the DM is currently buffering.
Please wait. Okay.
Please insert disc number 4 of 8 to continue.
Okay.
And then it's like
so-
that scene
Yeah,
in
B, hope
Captain
you-
Marvel where she's like, "What's it doing?" It's loading.
What's up, Fritz Justin? Ilarion, this guy is full of it. Like you're pretty confident that he's at the very least knows more than he's letting on. It's true that Nisiana and Marame didn't see it, but again, yet another example number 7 million of how the dice often fit the narrative. Ilarion was the only one besides Johanna who actually saw him in the church, and so Ilarion, when he says like, I don't know what you're talking about, yeah, he does. You don't know exactly what and how, but it's pretty clear that he's full of it to you.
Let's see. How big is this room again?
It's probably, let's see, we can find that out actually by looking at the outside.
Yeah,
it's
true.
probably, 5, 10, 15, it's probably like 30 by 30, something like that.
Okay. I will float over to his wheelbarrow / desk.
Now, when you do that, you notice that he has his hands like resting lightly, but you can tell that like he looks prepared for whatever.
That's fine. All I'm doing is gonna kind of mirror his movement, but I'm gonna float over there, and of course I am rather tall. And then I will lean down and put my fists on the table and let like my 300 pounds of my upper body, so it's like creak.
I was gonna say it does creak.
And then say, I saw you there. Now, we will ask you again, why were you at the church? I am totally looming over him.
And he says, you know, my friend, I've had a lot of people in this town try to intimidate me. And whilst I appreciate the extra benefit of your added weight, it's not going to make me respond to you any faster. How about you take a couple steps or floats back, and we can have this conversation civilized. I wouldn't want things to get nasty.
Dispense with the deception, and I will certainly acquiesce to your request. And with that, he straighten up and floats back about a yard.
I would like you to make a persuasion check for me, please.
As this dialogue is going back and forth with all the big words, Candid kind of glances sidelong over
And Yana. Just every so often, like, did you get that? It's like the Captain America thing. Like, I understood that reference.
An 11.
Exactly, Triffid.
Acquiesce was a big one, but I think she got it.
Exactly,
Actually,
Triffid. Exactly, Triffid. I appreciate the weight of your argument, but
I would just like to mention, by the way, she's not slow.
no. That's not what they're saying. That wasn't what was even talked about. Yeah.
Arv, I want to spend a hero point here.
Ah, yes.
We
Tell the
have
people
hero
at
point.
home about this hero point.
I can spend it to roll another die, and I can't remember what that die is, but I can spend it to roll another die to add to my score.
Yes, you can. Actually, that's a good question. I want to find out what the die
Yeah, I
is
was
too.
curious.
Wait.
Make it a
Zero
D20.
point.
Hey,
Attributes, abilities, saving throw, 1d6.
1d6. Okay, that's what it is. I wasn't sure if it was 1d6 or
I
1d4.
took notes last time because,
Yep.
Oh,
as
Well
you can
done.
see, I roll so well.
you missed a perfect opportunity. If the DM doesn't know what the die is, we could have told
No,
you.
I would have found it right
I was
here.
going for a
yeah.
D20.
20.
I was saying a D20 trend. I was on it. Dude.
Trent, there's a
Sorry.
reason. There's a reason I don't pull that shady shit anymore. I got caught out too many times for that. Okay, so
Like I
what
said,
was I saying?
Nishan, can't lie, and neither can
Yeah.
Jen. That's really bad at lying.
In case
Alright.
Chad is curious, by the way, Hero Point, this is unique to this particular campaign within Eberron, and it's not the first thing that's going to be unique. Just wait till we start talking about salvage, but we'll get to that somewhat later.
50-50 shot to
So,
get
yeah.
where I want to go. So here goes. A D6. Yes. All right. That bumps up to a 16.
Ah, okay. I'm glad you made that roll.
I kind of figured it might be a handy thing.
So he folds his arms and he says, you know what? I like you. I like people who are clear about their motivations. I didn't steal it, but I had someone come to talk to me about it.
In what capacity?
Well, let us say that a certain individual came to me with this item that you refer to, that he came forth. Hold on a second. Good night, my love. Sleep well. My
Thank you.
I'll pass that along, Trent. I'm sure that little Arv will be very pleased to hear that. He says, let us say that a certain individual came to me with this item, and that he decided that he would, he was going to ask if I could transfer it to those who might be interested to pay for something like this. And I don't buy.
Tanton starts looking more and more uncomfortable the longer this conversation goes
Okay,
on.
so now I would say it's fairly obvious to everybody that what Yana had sensed to this earlier, but now
Yeah,
everyone
I
is
didn't
starting
know
to
what to
sense,
do with that information.
Yeah,
'cause
now
I'm not
everyone is
sure.
starting to sense
yeah.
the fact that Tanton is feeling very uncomfortable. And he says, let us say that under the current circumstances, that I don't deal with stolen goods. Despite the reputation I have with some people in this town, and despite the fact that I am not entirely, and he points to his face, human, I nonetheless run a, relatively speaking, honest business, and I sure as hell don't buy stolen goods. So I turned the person away.
If you were to inform us who this person was, and we were able to capture them and recover the item in question, it could go a long way towards helping your reputation in town if it was to get out that you were instrumental in assisting us.
Really?
Do you
So
not
I'm to
think so?
understand that you would be willing to assist me. You know, it was only a few seconds ago that you were assisting yourself to try to break my desk.
What is happening with Tanton right now? I'm looking over at him. And I'm
He's
trying
looking more and more preoccupied, like he's just realizing something that is making him very not comfortable at all.
Is it obvious? Like, because Merime would poke you mentally if that was the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it would be obvious, I would think, right?
Yeah, it's very obvious that he's growing more and more uncomfortable as this conversation continues. But I was about to respond to Merime
I poked
to
him
let her
back.
know. Yeah, I was about to respond in the Zoom chat so she would hear it, but nobody else would.
Yana can't really. She doesn't have. She knows something's wrong, but she doesn't really know how to deal with
We'll
it.
go with this. So Tanton just kind of chimes in and is like, "Were you in the market when this person approached you?"
Say that again. I'm sorry, say that again.
He was asking, were you
Yeah.
in the market, like in the scavenge, when this person approached you? Is what he was.
No, I was right here. Why?
I have a sneaking suspicion that I know who it is.
Oh, really? And he kind of folds his arms and waits to say.
And also the Illyrian looks at you
So
too.
yeah, I imagine everyone's like,
Yeah,
like,
Yana
having
kinda-
clues, like,
I was like, wait, what?
It's a yeah.
needs a
Who
spin-off
was the
Adventures of
only
Tintin.
person who was alone with it, and then was not where he was supposed to be.
The acolyte.
The acolyte.
Exactly.
Shariah.
But the acolyte, why would a member of a church steal from the church? And look back at Zodor. Is there any response from when we
Zodor sort of kind of has his, like he's very interested in Tanton's kind of thought process at the moment, and he doesn't say anything. He's sort of waiting to see until you ask him a direct question. Like he's sort of
So
watching.
you're saying an acolyte of the church stole from the church? An acolyte supposed to be working for the church. I mean, not that this is not impossible, but then took the artifact from the church where they work.
I'm simply saying it's a possibility. It
Well-
just feels a little too
Easy.
right.
Well, I was going to say easy myself when anyone can literally walk into the church, apparently. So you come to think of it, he's like, didn't really say if it was under lock and key or anything either. Zodor Terev, is that who came to you about the arrow?
Much as it would amuse me to be able to note a representative of the church being the one responsible for removing its artifacts, wouldn't be the first time the church didn't have its ideals match its actions. No, that wasn't the one who came to me. The one
Would
who
you
didn't.
tell us, even
Yeah.
if it was?
I would tell you if it was. And if you're talking about that acolyte, I know who you mean. His name's Jaren. He's not a bad kid, really. Always talking about the importance of staying close to the flame and being warmed by the truth and such like. But he's never done no harm to me. If he was responsible, it wasn't the one who brought it to me. One you're looking for is a changeling, name of Whist. Whist has been working around here for a while, and doing some things like thievery that I get blamed for, even though I generally don't work with him myself. Well, Whist will work with her, excuse me, I said him, her, work with her myself. Whist came to me, said she had this item that she had acquired, asked if I could move it. I said it was stolen, told her I wanted no part of it. And then I sent her off. I said, instead of doing nonsense like that, you can do some other things for me, some other jobs, and figure out a way to return that arrow on its own. I didn't know if she was going to do that. She might have found someone else to fence her goods. But I do know where she is, because I sent her there.
I need to ask an out of
Sure.
character question.
Sure.
Changeling. Can changelings change what they look like?
Yes.
Um,
Changelings, in fact, and I will just quickly
Pretty much their main
pull this
deal.
up for interest. That's what they do, exactly. It's sometimes people can confuse actually shifters with them, but shifters do not do that.
Because didn't she say the acolyte that she thought was on duty turned out to not be on duty?
Well,
In the
that he in the market, that basically she left this acolyte, and the next thing she knew, the acolyte was like she was wandering through the market. But that's not like an impossibility physically. It just means that she went to do something else, went by the market, and he had snuck out in the meantime and gone to the market,
Right,
theoretically.
okay.
But yes, changelings can in fact change their shape and their sort of their color, their size. They can change everything about themselves, really.
Flirt with drow sorcerers. Yep.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And so yes, that's what a changeling is.
It's an
and-
old callback.
And so he says, so that's what he says, is the thing that I just mentioned about. I know where she is because I sent her there.
And Wisp?
Whist, as in the game, Whist.
Yeah. All right. And where would she be?
I
this
sent
moment?
her east of Salvation, right into the gray. I sent her to ransack an abandoned artillery piece in the Mournland. Heard some reports that there was something that was left out there, something from the last war. Normally I don't much deal with war weapons, too hard to move them around, but once in a while you get something that might be more portable. If she could bring something back, I have some buyers that might have some interest. Nothing illegal about any of that, by the way. It's salvage, just like anyone else.
And she
When
left-
Yana
Illyria
hears
nods at that.
when Yana hears the term the gray again, she cannot even help herself, but again, sort of revealing her true age despite everything that she knows and has been trained. She just, you audibly hear her and see her do this. And then she catches herself and goes back to just trying to listen to the conversation, although she's listening, but you know,
How far is this
she does not like that at all.
How far is this supposed artillery piece out to the east?
Oh, I think about a day's travel. I was expecting to have her back, but if you were to gather this information, I mean, it's direct east from here, she could, she was supposed to find it and bring it back. Far as I know, she wouldn't have had time to move that arrow, would have brought down too much heat on her, even from what passes for the law in this town. But she wouldn't have been able to do anything with it except hide it, and that would have been too dangerous. So if I had to guess, she probably took it with her. Figured she could do a job, bring it back to me. Either I'd change my mind, or she'd get enough money from the job to get out of this town, and maybe fence it in some more safe area. Sharn, maybe, where the civilized folks live. You know the type.
But if she's coming back here, there's really no need for us to go out and get her, since she is supposed to come to you anyways.
That would be true, except she's overdue. She was supposed to be back this morning, and as you will tell by a quick check of the sky, it's many hours past it. Wouldn't surprise me if she got stuck there. Happens to a lot of people these days. Go out to the gray, never come back.
Well, if they keep going by themselves, I can see where that's going to be an issue.
Oh,
'Cause
she
you
didn't
are
go by
correct.
herself, though. She brought
Nope.
2 humans and a dwarf were part of her crew. I don't know their names, don't know much about their makeup. I only know Whist. I can tell you that it's surprising, though. Whist was always the one to try to think ahead. Too paranoid, I might have said. But then, the Grey does strange things to people no matter how well they prepare.
Very well. I look at the group.
Question.
Yes?
Does she have any tattoos that are a passphrase in a language we don't understand?
Well, I hear a goblin could help you. No, she doesn't say that. He doesn't say. He says, no, not as far as I know, although she could make herself look like whatever she wanted, probably. Now, I'll say, if you happen to find her, whether or not she's alive or dead, if you do happen to gather the information, he kind of leans back, and perhaps some of the resources there, I would also be willing to further reward you. I mean, you can do what you want with this arrow, but as a businessman, I must continue to balance my books. It's one of the reasons I have to sit in a building balanced over the mud. Reminds me how very far there is to fall if I let things slip. I'm happy to pay you. Wouldn't let anybody in the town know either, just in case they found that you were getting some money from one of those nasty were-touched. Can't have that. But I'll be happy to pay you, regardless of whatever you do with this arrow of truth. But I'd still like my artillery piece.
Can I smell the scent of werewolf on him?
No, were-touched is a kind of a slur almost, Yana, and it's something you've heard referred to yourself also. I mentioned that there is this sort of, remember, shifters and Kalashtar sort of battle it out for most unusual in a way. Even more than changelings, shifters are somewhat unusual, and there is still some suspicion that the lycanthropic past, because we talked about that the shifters are, in your distant past, there was lycanthropic blood there. And so that's the kind of thing that people still bring up. So when you hear were-touched, that's kind of a, it's like saying, like, can you control the beast within you type of thing. It's kind of a little bit of a nasty thing to say. And obviously he's saying it about what people say to him as much about anything else.
Well, even though her features are reserved and, muted by shifter standards, they're not lycanthropic.
Right. But
Hers
but it's not wolf-like.
Because
wolf-like is not. But lycanthropy,
remember,
is a sort of general changing, though. And again, we're talking about the distant past. This isn't affecting.
But you said
you.
I've
Sure, because you've had
that
it doesn't
slang
matter.
term has been applied to you.
Exactly,
in the past.
because any shifter who even has that kind of appearance or that look, if people look more closely or can get a sense of a shifter, they will use that terminology.
She doesn't remember that. And if it has happened, it happened a long time ago. Because remember, she's not
right. She hasn't been around. That's fair. That's fair. Well, then you probably that's fair. Then you probably wouldn't know that. But I will say that, that's fair. But I will say that shifters usually will know. Like they will have encountered that kind of bigotry on occasion. If you haven't, though, that's interesting. Or if you don't remember it, that's interesting because that's something which would be then a difference between you and him. He clearly thinks that you would have noticed. Or like you would have seen this before.
So that's another reason why, because I get what you're saying, but that's why I'm asking, what does she smell if she doesn't smell werewolf? Because she keeps hearing were-touched, and she keeps thinking to herself, I don't smell.
Yeah, definitely not werewolf.
Kind of wolf.
Nope.
But what does she smell in the room, or what does she smell on him?
That's hard to say because there's first of all a lot of confusing smells. Just by his features.
I'm gonna get closer to him, but I want to just with whatever the dominant one is right now.
I mean, just by his features, if you had to guess, cat-like in some way. Wolf or lynx or tiger or in fact, let me get the. It doesn't specifically. I have a good guess
because hers is feline too.
Yeah, feline. It would definitely be feline.
Okay, so that unfortunately, so she hates that because they have even more in common
Yeah,
than
exactly.
she would have liked. Okay,
I feel like every time tonight, Rob has just been like, she doesn't like that at all. I don't like that. I don't like
She
that
really-
at all. I don't
no.
like that at all.
no.
That's why earlier Tanton said maybe not kin, but kindred.
Kin, but kindred, yeah.
Mm.
Right.
Ooh, when did you say that? Did I stepped away at that moment?
That was
It's a good line.
right before Jen said no. That was right before that thing came up. And so,
okay, that's why I didn't hear it. Yeah, no, that was pretty definitive.
It was.
Yeah.
Oh god, that
Okay.
scene was awesome. Sorry, focus.
All right, I'm gonna wait till everybody else finishes before Yana talks to him. So, okay, that's very interesting though. Cool. Does anybody else want to say anything before I?
Actually, does anyone else have any questions?
Not about the arrow. I don't give a damn about the arrow.
Tanton's feeling like an idiot right now. So.
Oh, welcome to Yana's world.
Actually, just Nisia will be like, thank you for answering our questions.
Well, it's my distinct pleasure.
Is everybody else good?
I think so.
So she's not really knowing what to make of Zodor, because going on what she based him to be versus what he's presented himself as, he's kind of confused her a little bit. She doesn't understand charming and conniving at the same time necessarily. So she kind of approaches him with both curiosity and caution. And the first word out of her mouth is, "Where? Touched?"
And he kind of tilts his head again. He's like, "What's the matter? You ain't heard the term before?"
I don't smell that here.
And he kind of takes in a long breath. How old are you?
18 year by the sun, I know.
You spend any time with people outside of your own? I mean, besides these people here.
And she doesn't say it verbally, but she looks at him with this look that is basically like she doesn't know.
You have any memory of the first time you found you could jump higher, run faster? You could pull on something in yourself and go farther than anyone else? You remember when that happened to you?
I feel it. But fuzzy. The memory is fuzzy.
So he looks for a minute and then he looks at all of you. How long have you been adventuring with her?
About 6 months, give or take.
Most of that was training.
Training for what?
Adventuring.
And he kind of says, "You mean to tell me that you've taken this one out here? She doesn't even totally know who she is? What were you
I
going to
suspect
do?"
she knows who she is. She just never
My
tells
name
us.
is Yana.
Yeah, see?
And he says, "I suppose there is another method of treating people different. It's when you decide that you might use them for fodder, because it doesn't matter when they don't really know who they are. He looks back up
Oh,
at you.
don't you dare. I already yelled about this. We don't do that. This is our group.
And his eyes flicker over to you, Nisiana, and like
Oh God.
his eyes flicker over to you. Now he doesn't do anything, like he doesn't like make any motion, but he says, "If you will, I'm speaking right now to another shifter."
Fine.
And he kind of glances back over, just immediately, like just like cuts and cuts back to Yana for a minute, and he says, "You and I, we're shifters. We talk of runs and packs. We talk of listening for the hunt. We talk of feeling the blood of the beast pulse within us. Because all of those things are part of who we are. And because all of those things are part of who we are and why we are, some people call us different, strange, frightening. They believe that we will lose control, that we will bite and tear and rip. They will think of us as animals, and that's how they'll treat us sometimes too. Now, if you ain't had anyone call you aware-touched, I'm both happy for you and sad that you're gonna run into it. But when you do, I want you to remember something. No matter what none of all these people tell you, only a shifter knows what it's like to go through it. To have people look at you like not only you ain't the same as them, but you can't be controlled around them. I've dealt with that all my life. And you're awfully young. At least, younger than me. Now, he says this with this, like, deep intensity, and the rest of you, it feels very much as if you are all watching a conversation from, like, outside of a store window, right? Like, these two people are talking with each other, and you're almost looking like this, as if he's forgotten, and his intense gaze is focused on you, Yana. And I will say one last thing, which is that this intensity that he's representing is the first time that you've not heard him with this kind of world-weary, cynical, like, you know, well, this is the deal. This is him, like, you know, as far as you can tell it.
She hears all of this, and in her mind, she understands it. She feels the words, but she doesn't verbalize it. She doesn't need to.
Okay, so he probably
And-
senses that in your eyes, I'm guessing.
And all she says is, she sort of leans closer to him and takes and drinks in a long look of him, feeling the pain of those words, again, feeling what he's saying, and just says, alone. So alone. And she sort of backs away from him, not taking her eyes off of him, and rejoins her group and says, together. Not alone.
So he kind of sees that and he leans back and he says, get the hell out of here. And you, and he looks at you, Alarian, because you were the first one to, you know, come through and start asking questions. I'm going to tell you something right now. If something happens to this person while you're on your watch in your group, you ain't going to like what happens next. Go find the artillery piece, bring it back to me, I'll pay for it, or not, rot out there for all I care. But you don't let anything happen to her, you understand me?
They turn, look at the group, because he's still by the desk. They're still by the desk. Look at the group.
He stood, by the way, I would do it like he's like, just like leaning on the desk, sort of like you were before.
Oh, as I put his, yeah.
Yeah, not like I'm going to jump the desk, but just
No, just emphasizing his point. We will, but not because you said so.
I'm used to that, friend. And he kind of sits back down, and he exhales, and then, been a pleasure speaking with all of you. And the veneer has returned.
So, when he said that thing about anything happens to her, obviously it was meant as a threat. But was there any other emotion in those words that we could discern?
How about some insight? Just from you on this one, Ilarion.
Yep. Do.
While he's making that roll, I have a question.
Okay.
I'm at 14. I'm going to spend my other
Do
hero
that
point
first.
on this one
Okay.
because I want to know. And that's too close to give up.
Ooh.
18.
Nice.
So you wanted to know other emotions?
Yes.
Anger, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Sadness, probably.
Okay.
Good night, Helms.
That's good. Yep.
Did anything he say? Wow. Did anything I say? Let's try that again.
You say.
No, it didn't.
You
Did
say.
say. DMCA. Yeah. When he said something about, or when he said stuff about my memory, when I remembered the last time,
Yeah.
or anything like that,
Yeah.
did that jog anything for me from either a particular moment in time or before it? Doesn't have to be a full memory. It's just anything from anything at all, or did it just go right
I would
through
say,
her?
I would say that it probably does. I would say that you might have been sort of brushed by the memory of leaping from rock to rock to rock to rock with perfect balance and landing perfectly on each rock every time. I would say you have an image of that. And there might be an image of you looking back and seeing a group of other shifters looking at you as you do so. Yes, I would say that.
When that memory occurs, having almost decided to leave, she sort of looks back at... I had to look over to make sure I said his name right because I keep forgetting. Looks back at Zodor and says, I vaguely remember green, trees, others like me, where I learned all that I feel, all that which you say. It's here. I feel your words. But something's wrong. I don't know what it is. But I think I'm trying to find it. I think. And I have help. And she says this, and at the same time, another voice inside her says this. They say it at the same time. We will remember together.
Meanwhile, externally, Zodor hears you say that, or hears you say the first part, and just says, "Scent it out, then, girl. Track the scent on the wind. You'll find who you are. Just like I did. Scent it out. And get my goddamned artillery piece." And he turns away, and quite clearly, the conversation is over.
And she kind of nods and heads towards the door. She's done with this.
Okay.
Same kind of attitude too.
Okay. The rest of you are departing?
Yeah.
Next time on Shifter to Shifter. No, I'm kidding.
Shifter talk.
Shifter versus shifter fight.
Alarian's the last one at the door.
Okay. Yep.
As everyone else is heading
First to
down.
come up, last to leave. Yep.
Yeah. They turn back. And I know he's still doing his whatever, so moving off or looking off in space, whatever. And they come into the center of the room. I want you to know I make up our own minds about what we see and hear here. Before my party came here, I went and asked Bellalore about you. And I got a much different impression of who you are than I got from Mother Janana Tuscalindros. You had also said earlier that I had tried to damage your desk, and at that they come up to the desk and brush off an imaginary piece of dust or whatever where their hand was. Mm-hmm. It is true. You and I reached an accord in that moment, for I too appreciate those who speak plainly and make their wants known. You are not what I expected, Zodor Terev. And I think we will be seeing more of each other in the future, artillery piece or changeling scavenger or not. I hope that can be on good terms. And they turn and head for the exit.
Okay. And I would say as you climb down the ladder, just as your head disappears through, I would say a little...
Yeah, and I'm clocking him the entire time I'm going down, by the way.
Yeah, like... yeah.
And it'll take me longer, of course, because I'm taller.
He watches you the whole way, and I would say that there's a little mini cutscene right after you go below the bone curtain, which is that he sees that, and he reaches forward, and he picks up what looks like this sort of strangely shaped stone, and he kind of looks at it and looks at you and is kind of thoughtful, and puts the stone back down and says, "Well, hell." And that brings us to the bottom of the ladder, where you have found yourself next to the two human minions who are Shybuck and Rolls.
Rolls and Royce. I was very disappointed.
I feel like I'm a big fan of the name Shybuck, so I really went.
That's a good one.
Shybuck and Rolls. So Shybuck and which is which should be a funk band. Like, I mean, Shybuck and Rolls clearly was a band that should have been out there.
Like in '78.
Yeah, exactly. So Shybuck and Rolls are there.
Rosencrantz and Shills and Buck.
Shills and Buck, exactly. Or a progressive rock band.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
The more complicated the name gets, the more progressive their rock and roll. Yeah.
Quite exactly. And then you throw in a Latin phrase for extra.
Yes.
I was just thinking that as I was saying the joke. Okay, John. Thank you
have
for
you ever
ruining
seen what happened
my...
when Yes tried to get them a reunion tour? You would have to have like 15 separate stages, like 16 people in that band. So they just did it with players. Anyway, great band though. Anyway, so they get down to when you're at the bottom, so you see Shybuck and Rolls, and as promised by Rolls, who's downstairs, the all of the weapons, and Tantin, all of your considerable, pile of stuff is all exactly where it was left. Balancing precariously right on the top is the bowl with a spoon in it, like just right like on the edge. And so they don't say anything as you pick up all your equipment and pick up all your stuff and everything. Rolls heads back up the ladder to take his position up back in the room. Shybuck stays down below, and as you prepare to leave, Toothbuck going back and forth in his mouth, he just leans back against the stilt and he says, good luck then.
Do you like working for Zodor Tarav?
Pays the bills?
But do you like it? Anyone can do what they need to survive. Do you like him as a person?
Well, I like being alive. And, yeah, Zodor, well, you know where you stand with him, I guess.
This is true. Start heading up the street.
You don't just let everyone in there, He calls after you as you're leaving. He says, if you went up there, it's because he wanted you to.
That is why we came. Keep going.
Okay. Where are you folks headed? Are you headed out to...
Well, we're going to get away from them, and then we're going to chat a bit.
All right.
I think.
You may do so then.
As everybody's coming down the ladder, or as everybody's out the door, like I assume we're walking away now.
Walking away, yep.
So I sort of get a little bit ahead of the group, just on having gone down first, because I finished my conversation with Zordon first, and Zodor.
I was like, Zordon.
Yeah, he's
Zordon, Lord of the...
He's in charge of the Power Rangers, didn't you know? That's a side hustle. Anyway, so I kind of have both my daggers and my scimitar back, and I sort of put them all back together, and just again audibly frustrated. I'm like, so we go back into the gray.
Sounds like it.
The changeling has what we want. It has what the church wants.
We're in the area to explore the gray, so I mean, this is just another
reason to be here.
It is. This is another good reason to do so without attracting too much attention.
Do you prefer to stay behind? No one is making you go.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who are you asking?
You.
Oh, okay. I wasn't.
Yeah.
All right.
So what they said was, do you prefer to stay behind? And then there's a pause. No one is making you go.
I have to go.
We would appreciate it if you would. But again, the choice is yours.
No. It was already made.
Indeed.
And suddenly she just sort of, having been through all this tonight, she just sort of like takes 3 steps towards the nearest tree, and again she just lets out just a hellish scream and just kicks the damn thing.
It echoes across
Ow.
the salvation.
Tree falls over. Damn it.
And without uttering another word, she just heads in what she believes is the direction of the gray.
Oh, that's
But
everywhere.
slowly, not really
see it.
walking away, but just kind of
You can
like
see it from here. So.
It's like
Yana, that way. Actually pointing east. Since I don't think you might have picked it randomly, but I'm not sure you did. So.
Well, I think she would have an idea which way it actually is. I'm not.
You can
I
see
don't
it
think she
from
would get it
here.
wrong. Yeah.
No,
But you can see it everywhere
Okay.
around you. So
What happened was I, as the player, have no fucking clue where the gray is, but she, as the character, would know where the gray is. So let's
Right.
go with door number 2. Okay.
But the question is, it surrounds the town, so it's everywhere.
not surround. That's not true. That's not true, Alarian. No, it's to the east. It doesn't surround the town.
Oh, it is to the. Oh, okay.
It
Well,
is
then
to
yeah.
the east.
Then you absolutely know where we're going, yeah.
Just to be clear though, he did say that it's due east is like where this is. So
Yep.
yeah.
All right. Do any of you need supplies before we leave?
I don't think so, no. Ready to go whenever. Back into the gray.
Yeah, Tantan, Takasha, to Kenneth.
What?
Do you need any supplies before we head out?
Oh. Yes.
Perhaps you should go to the store and acquire them then.
Ooh. And he's just muttering bizarre, not incantations, but like odd formulae. And as he's writing down, he just starts walking literally in a random direction, like not towards any building. He's just walking straight ahead and just
You see, Tantan is actually lost.
Right.
So there's-
Larian will
The
catch
player
up with
knows
him.
where he's going. The character.
No, not if the player does. We'll catch up with him and point him in the direction of the market.
just
Do you literally take his shoulders and just
Yes.
right like
Yeah.
it's-
Well, no, just one. I just need one and guide him over there. Literally, yes.
yeah.
Okay.
And
What is it that you're getting there, Tantan?
Probably supplies.
Okay. But I mean, what supplies? Are you don't have to tell me specifically. Are you just talking like rations?
Stuff
Like what are
and
like?
things.
Okay, all right, the basics. Okay.
Like tinkering things.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like
I will
what's-
make sure
supplies to an artificer is, like
Yeah, and
it's a
actually,
long list.
world is my
yes,
oyster.
I will take the entire store, please.
Home
actually,
Depot
make it
aisles
two of
1 through
everything.
8, please, and then
I would like to
let
buy out the
people-
entire Home Depot.
You know when they let people in with shopping carts who run along and just sweep everything off the shelf, and whatever you can get through the register you get to keep? That's what I'm doing.
Exactly. I always remember there was an old Staples ad from a number of years ago, right around school time, like the end of summer type of thing. And the music that you hear first is just, it's the most wonderful time of the year, right? And there's this father is going back and forth, just sweeping school supplies into this cart. And then just finally at the end of the commercial, it just cuts over to these two kids who are just staring at him, just
I
like
remember that
straight.
ad.
And he's just like,
The
I
most
know,
depressed,
he's like-
the most depressed kids you've ever
It was
seen in your
really
life.
funny.
Yeah, I
It
remember
was
that.
pretty
was
funny.
great.
You remember that cover? Yeah, it was funny. Anyway, all right. Once you have done that, if you are then heading out, I've already talked.
Marketing, isn't it a hoot?
It's a
Anyway,
love.
sorry.
Okay, as
Yeah,
you head
no.
into the gray, or head towards and then into the gray again. Now, I've already described what it's like entering it. I will say, though, that your second time entering the gray is a little bit different in the following sense. Before, when you entered it, there was this sense of you were not in it and then you were, right? Like this, whoop, almost like being sucked in. Here, the sense you get is different, as if there is a gradual sort of fog-like haze that begins to sort of override your consciousness. But Rob was the only one who's going to get this, but a few days ago, we had the wildfires from Canada, and the haze from those wildfires came all the way down into New York City and to where I live in Southern Connecticut. So you saw that too. Yes. Well, obviously, but I mean, you're closer to it, obviously. But we for it to get down all the way to us was kind of like whoa. And so there was this just sort of general haze over everything, and it feels a little bit like that, where you almost wouldn't initially notice, and then you're like, wait a minute, something's not quite right about this, and that haze continues to build. And as you trudge through the Mournland, the weather worsens. The clouds darken more than usual, and as this haze kind of grows and grows and grows, streaks of silent silver lightning begin to lash the sky. They are some distance from you, and one of the disturbing things is, as I said, silent. No thunder, just bolts of lightning that comes down and no thunder that follows it. After a couple of hours of travel, as you continue to head east, and so now we were talking about early afternoon, now we're heading in towards like early evening, basically, at this point. A stab of angry lightning illuminates a huge cannon angled at the sky. This has to be the artillery piece that was being spoken about. It is up on the top of this hill, and it is this, literally as the lightning shoots behind it, you can see silhouetted this enormous gun cannon that's pointing upwards.
Do I recognize that piece from anywhere in the past?
Make a history check for me. Let's see if you do.
Ooh.
Nice, Dunsel. So basically you were Hank Pym from Ant-Man. What is with the Marvel references? The last 2 weeks, like everything is just reminding me of Marvel movies. I don't know why.
Nope. Or highly unlikely.
Yeah, no. I mean, certainly you would have seen in your travels, Ilarian, you would have seen weapons of various descriptions for sure, but like nothing specific to this, no.
Okay, all right. No, well, how far away are we roughly?
Now you're
do we
probably, if you go up another like maybe 15, 20 minutes, you'll probably get to it. You'd have to, because the ground is beginning to rise here and heading towards it. So you're headed straight for it. It was due east, exactly as Zodor told you.
And what are those silver flashes? Is there any signs of movement around the base of it?
Make a perception check for me.
And he says make it, he means make it.
Yeah, make it.
Make it. Do not fail.
Like
17.
That.
Thank you, Trent.
I would say that on some of these flashes, you do see, yes, some movement, but it's impossible to tell what. Sure. If you had to guess, it suggests that there are people, creatures, something that's moving, but you don't know exactly what.
There is some things moving around the base. I would assume it is the team, but let's go find out.
I mean, if we saw them, they probably saw us already, so.
Not if they're busy trying to move the gun. They'll probably be focused on their task. I'm not intending to sneak up on them, to be quite honest. And they motioned themselves. As you know, that's rather difficult for me as it is in the first place.
Especially with you stomping around all the time.
Yes. In fact, I think we should probably rely on a little bit of... However, I do think we should rely on a little bit of deception that's not deception. And say we were sent by... What's his face? As soon as his name goes off my notes, I can forget it completely.
Zodar Tarev?
Which we were. So it is the truth. To check up on them when they were late.
Would you like me to do some chatting with them?
I think it'll be a good idea. I think they will take you, shall we say, more at face value.
And can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
What are we gonna do when we get there? What do you want us to do? There's 4 people. They might have an artifact that we want.
For now, I want to get her and them back to town.
Okay.
I do not want to say nothing about the arrow right now. Let's help them if they need help. As I said, we have a plausible cover story. Let's stick to it. Help them get her back, and then we will arrest her. But let's not tip our hand just yet.
We have the ability to arrest people?
The job is to find the thief. If she has the arrow on her, she's the thief. And therefore, I suppose we could take her to the sheriff. And actually, I do plan on doing that because she has broken the law.
Okay. I just kind of wanted the plan
Understood.
in our head before we just sort of
It
showed
is,
up.
it is a valid question, and I'm glad you asked.
Excellent question, Nisiana. I was going to straight out ask for the arrow of truth, so thank you.
But there's no need for her to suspect us. So let's not give her any reason to yet.
Let's see how well I roll on deception.
Remember your hero points.
Yes, I
any-
do have a good bonus.
Any other questions?
One.
You've been watching Emberwind. So, yeah, and Ilarian asks any other questions before we keep moving.
Are we all clear on that? Or
Yes.
Let's go. start heading towards the cannon again.
So you were all moving as a group, but Merime is going to take the lead in terms of speaking to these people. Okay.
Yes.
That is correct.
So
And I will make clear to everyone, please let the bard do the talking in this particular case.
So as you get, you move up, again up the
At-
hill.
Hang
Sorry.
on a second. Just a second.
You do not move up the hill. You pause.
Oh, it's as we're going, so we have 20 minutes.
You craft a primitive lathe.
I could do that.
I know.
Marie, check the chat on Zoom, please.
Hey,
Okay, we
Don,
can keep moving.
Ooh, secrets. All right.
Secrets and lies.
You move your way up the hill, and about 10 minutes or so as you're watching, you can all see this kind of movement at the base of the tower. But as you get closer, and maybe about, let's say, 7-8 minutes out, and this unit now, I don't want to say, when I say towers above you, I want to be careful because it's not like 100-foot long cannon, but it is very, very large. I'm trying to think of what the equivalent would be. I know exactly what it would be. My father used to tell me, my father was in the Navy during the Korean War, although he was on the wrong coast, so he never got to serve, which is good because otherwise I might not be talking to any of you. Anyway, he used to, he a couple of times did training exercises where he fired from a destroyer. And he said the cannon on the destroyer was big enough to fire Volkswagen Beetle-sized shells. So this is about half that size. Okay, so it's big.
So a Yugo.
Yeah, Yugo. Yeah, like or a mini, right? Like I mean, it's so
Scirocco.
Yeah, he's Scirocco. Oh man, Scirocco's memories of the 80s. Memories of the 80s. Remember you? So yeah.
My Scirocco. Sorry.
So anyway, so it's big, but it's not like enormous. Would wipe out a town. I don't want to overstate it. But as you get closer and you can see the gun above you, and again, every so often silhouetted by this lightning, something about this movement seems very, very wrong. And as you get closer to it, you can see why. Because bound at the base, and I'm going to say Merime sees this first, bound at the base of the tower are the captured members, clearly, of a salvage crew. But their bodies, Merime, have been lashed together into a grotesque work of art, forming a sculpture of flesh. It looks like a terrible scorpion, and at its tail is a silver arrow. A pair of small mutated humanoids are lurching around the effigy, and you can see from here that they are poking the captives with spears. And I have an image for you, which I'm sure you're going to be delighted to see.
So hold on. When we see the captives are still alive.
That is correct.
Okay. All right.
These are the creatures.
Before they start to eat them. No, I'm kidding.
Yes, these are the creatures. I'm putting them on stream. So not Roll20, but stream. These are the creatures you see. There are 2 of those.
Aww.
Oh, Lord.
Of course, my
Wow,
stream is interrupted.
they're some lookers, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. And of course, you got to give it commercial. Really? Hang on.
How far are we
yes.
from them?
So probably 5 minutes
far
now.
enough.
They have not noticed you because they're obviously more interested in their captives. They are poking them with spears, and the captives, even from here, you can see that the ones moving are these creatures, Merime, not the captives. You do think that they are still alive, but they are not moving very much. They may not have very long. I mean, like,
Oh shit.
yeah.
I'm
Also,
going to-
Merime, one last thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'd like you to make a religion check for me as well.
Religion.
What the hell? Red. I mean, I like red there. Don't get me wrong, but that's not what I was going for. Oh, Jesus.
I got 20.
I think I had a feeling this might work out this way. You recognize this effigy, Merime, from the realm of nightmares, indeed from the realm of Kyber, the dragon which you, of course, know, the progenitor dragon, which attacked and destroyed Eberron, and, or rather, excuse me, attacked and destroyed Valorous and was kept by Eberron from doing even more. The bound below is supposedly the effigy of the dreadful Valara, known as the Crawling Queen. And this effigy is an effigy to her, one of the many forms of the crawling queen. And if that's true, then it means that these creatures must surely be Dolgrims, servants of the crawling queen.
Yeah.
What do I know anything about what they can do, can't do?
Yes. Give me a second.
But I'm not going to tell you.
Yes, you
wanna-
do, but you don't remember. No.
I want to warn people before we go running in there.
You have Yana's sudden amnesia. Damn it.
All right. I'm going to give you those details. Oh, wow. I opened my Exploring Eberron book literally to the Valara page.
Nice.
It said, Maramé, that you can
is it
hear
really?
Valara's voice in the rustling of roaches and the keenings of locusts. No one knows what Valara wants, but its minions could be all around you even now, crawling in your walls, moving beneath your feet. I will not go any further so as to spare Jen any further concerns about anything that might jump out of her screen. Specifically, though, the Dolgrim, which are her servants, are... let me just make that clear.
Sorry. When do we take the Eastern turn into Lovecraft country?
As soon as we pass the wall.
Apparently, yeah.
Yep.
It's the gray. Okay. So, from what you understand, the Dolgrim, now you only know about these. You have not actually encountered many Dolgrim themselves. But there was a time, you do know, when Eberron was dominated by the goblinoid Dakani Empire, right? And the Goblin Empire of Dakan was a very advanced civilization and so forth. Well, there was a time in which some creatures love to create aberrations like beholders or aboleths or things like that. But it is said that instead what happened during the time of the rise of the Goblin Empire is that certain wizards and those who were servants of this Valara the Crawling Queen took the bodies of goblins and combined them. So that Dolgrim are literally two-bodied goblins that have been combined together in a terrible series of rituals to create this kind of two-brain, two-mouth creatures that can do things. Now, again, Dolgrims are also very different by their nature because it's not like I'm born a Dolgrim. It doesn't work that way. So the way that they are formed and created together means that they make all different kinds of little monstrosities. But you know that they tend to be deeply connected to their deeply loyal to the master and to the ones who have created them. And they are also creatures which can, if you're not careful, I'm just pulling up hold on a second. I want to pull up the creatures so I can tell you about those.
As they're all dancing around, singing, hopelessly devoted to you.
That's not at all what they do. I don't
Sounds
even,
like a top 10 hit right there to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's a number one record.
So they have,
Terrible.
that it is very difficult, Maramé, and this is one of the reasons you know about them, to blind or charm or deafen or frighten or stun them or anything that affects their brains because they have two of them.
Right.
Well, let's see how Starlight does.
Okay.
You also know that you don't have a lot of time based on the look of the ones who are by the tower.
Okay, I'm basically gonna relay really fast while pointing the salvage team is bound. They're being killed. Those are Dolgrims. They're hard to affect. They're really bitchy. They're really dangerous. They got double brains and they really, really suck. I don't like them. I don't put them in any music. But we gotta stop them before they kill the salvage team. Ooh, and I see the arrow too. That's awesome. And then I go. I start to run. I'm excited.
You're running up the hill?
Well, they're gonna kill the salvage team. We're here to help.
Yes.
Aren't we?
Let's do this.
Yeah. Leroy!
Yeah, do actually, Mermaid, do you call out, or do you play like a war chant, like in dun 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 dun, you know, like
Oh, no.
We're still 5 minutes away, and it better be a long war chant.
Yeah, well, I'm about to say,
if it's progressive rock, my friend, you got at least 3 times that amount before you hit the thing. Dancing man on the man.
I mean, ideally, I would want to get like close enough to.
And actually, this is where Larry will say in your mind, slow down.
We have to say,
Who
okay.
are you? Not without a plan. Who are you, Yana?
No, okay. They're killing them. This is bad. They're really bad things.
For God's sake, come wait for us. And I motion everyone else to go forward so we can actually get together and figure out what we're going to do.
Okay, I'll stop and I'll be like,
There, yes.
Miss Yana, they're killing them.
Get close enough where I can see the same thing she does.
Okay.
Because I'm up by her. And
Okay.
I love that everybody thinks that because I don't like discussing a plan to death, I'm like anti-plan all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck?
That's the
you.
impression you've given us.
Not
So
you.
I'm running with it. Yeah. So you said
Well,
they're
my
poking
character,
them?
obviously, but
Yeah, obviously. RV said they're poking them and basically kind of tormenting them.
Yeah, well, and they're looking like their poking is getting a little more definitive.
stabbing.
Like, yeah, they're getting ready to be like, let's carve the turkey, you know, or whatever they're
Okay.
going to do next.
I mean, and Larian then now speaks and says, I am ready to charge. Two of
Okay,
you should
so
probably concentrate on getting the other ones freed.
So
Go ahead, Nisiana.
I have how far away are we from them?
If you're a couple of minutes, I mean, a
And
few
now I'd say we're
hundred.
probably about 4 minutes away.
Right. I mean, if you are at the full run, you probably, because you're probably, I don't know, 500, 1,000 feet, maybe.
We're still a distance, yeah.
There's
Is
no
that-
way I can make that run without entering Swift Strike
Yeah,
form.
yeah.
I have to enter that.
Yeah, one, I'm way far away, but two, I was also trying to figure out if
Does anyone have something that could be used to possibly distract them for even a minute or two?
I can distract.
Without getting into combat
And
range
I
with
will
them.
protect.
Well, yeah, that's
Well, I
really true.
mean,
I can draw their attention without drawing it directly to me.
No,
Can
no.
I-
Actually, it's better if you probably do draw it to you. I'm trying to draw them away from the team.
I can attract and distract. I am a bard. I was born for this. My spells will not work against them.
I could do it as well.
Team.
What do you have, Miss Mia Tantan Takasha de Kenneth?
And he pulls out a sling and he picks up a rock off the ground.
Maybe.
I can enchant this to make any sound I want.
Now you're talking.
you hear a ah as something cries
Like
out in
that.
pain.
All right. Start doing that. As many voices as you can to imply that there are more of us.
Go ahead, Nisiana. What we're gonna,
you said that the people are all now basically one creature.
well, they've been tied up to do. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
We're not talking human centipede here. They've been tied together.
Scorpion.
Okay,
not
so they
centipede.
would not
Very
be
different.
considered to be
Very,
a single creature.
The members of the team would not. Well, the members of the team are tied up to make it look like they're a single creature-ish, but they're not actually a single creature yet. No.
So Shield of Faith would not work on all of them.
No, sadly not.
No.
It's a good idea, but no, they're not one entity. If you had arrived a little later, they might have been, but at the moment they're just.
Also, who would be attacking with a weapon? I mean, I presume we'll all be using a weapon, but I mean, like, directly.
Sword and
stabbing.
shield come out.
I have my crossbow.
Yana snaps the icicle off of her earring and it just becomes a water element around her.
I have
Start slinging those rocks. We need to move.
Right. That's why I'm asking who's going to be up front attacking these people.
I point to Yana and myself.
And he points to Yana and is like, "Your scimitar, please."
Hands it to him.
Doesn't have to hand it to her, but he just reaches out and touches it, and it kind of gets a little shimmer across it.
You have 1 hour.
It now does +1 damage, +1 to hit.
Nice.
Ooh, there you go.
Sweet.
Wow.
Right.
All
Plus
right.
1 damage,
I will
plus
use
1 to
that.
hit. I assume you're then swinging that the
Yeah,
sling bullet
and
away.
I'm telling it like, you know, just like I'm anything that I can program it to say, now sneak around the back, and he like picks up like 4 different rocks and tells him to, say different things and just puts them in the sling and just chucks them. And for like the next, forever, they will every 6 seconds will continue to repeat the messages that he's programmed them with.
As they land nearby, and the Dilgrim, and their movements are very like sort of jerky, and they sort of look around and then catch sight of you, and also they seem to be looking around a little bit, hearing the voices, and catch sight of you, and I just want to set for scene for chat as the 2 creatures look with this bizarre sculpture behind them. Tantin, throwing, chucking these rocks. Ilarion, like, floating towards them full speed with sword and shield out. Yana, like, essentially in full swift stride mode, I'm guessing, Yana?
Yes, and the fox water element is running.
And the fox water element alongside.
Aldous has come fully out into in battle mode.
With Nisiana getting fired up with the healing spells readiness, I'm assuming, and Merame, playing power chords, right? I'm assuming, or getting ready to play power chords.
Oh yeah,
on the lyre.
there was like, we're going in there with style.
And that, I think, is a good moment for us to end the session for tonight. We will begin with this fight next week.
Exciting.
Super cool. Oh my God, great stuff, everybody. Really had a good time with this session tonight. First of all, very good, varied role playing from everybody. I really love the way everyone worked together as a team. Lots of good moments of people stepping forward on the stage, stepping back on the stage, letting other people go forward on the stage. Really great stuff. And really, what I love about it too is that everybody has really gotten invested in Eberron, right? Like the feel of what salvation, at least the salvation part of Eberron, the sort of feel of what that's like. And I really was enjoying that. I also like the fact, and I'll give John credit for this in particular, that Ilarion didn't just take the word of didn't just take the word of Mother Johanna, who is probably not wrong from her point of view, but it is a point of view, and sort of was like, let me go ask someone else that we already trust because we dealt with them about what they think about Zodor, and so that led to that interaction, which was really a lot of fun with Zotor. So I really like that as well. Plus, also, I like role-playing Sheriff because Sheriff is fun to me. I happen to particularly like the Warforged in general. I will start beginning with Rob, with Yana. Rob, good stuff. Again, very good, I think, nice in-and-out role-play today. Again, stepping forward, stepping back, the very good sort of give and take, I thought. And I also like the fact that the shifter connection really works well here because it's true. The shifters are what you said actually struck me because I had been thinking about it in terms of Zotor thinks of you, and this fits because Zotor thinks of you as, oh, you're a shifter, and so you've encountered this, but because of the circumstances of yourself, of what has happened to you in the past, but also just because you're younger, the fact that then you didn't identify that way, but you identify with your current, this pack of people. Everything about that was lovely, and it really sets up something nice for Zotor because it might even alter the way Zotor perceives all of you and changed a little bit of that cynical, like, I'm just a smuggler and here's what I believe, So I really liked the way that all sort of tied together. How did you feel about the session tonight, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
I really loved seeing the real Zodor. Like that was... Because the thing that really hit home to me is that this is the character I'm playing. She doesn't really have an air about her. She also doesn't really have a filter about her. But when she says something, she bloody damn well means it. And there really was a moment of, I think whether she remembers something or she doesn't, and there's a lot. I don't want to say more than that because it's. I want that stuff to be, revealed naturally over the course of the campaign. But there's just a part of her that is realizing there is so much more to who she is that she, in spite of, or maybe as part of her, how she came to be with this group, she's learning she knows so little about, even though it's instinctive, it's instinctual, it's almost like the way I was having that conversation with Zodor was like, you're not even really a shifter anymore in some ways. You're this other person. Like it almost, when I was saying like I can't smell werewolf, it was like I don't recognize. It was like if a dog that, you know, two dogs came together and they recognized their scent for forever, and then all of a sudden that dog smelled completely different. And it's like, I've never seen you before. I have no idea who you are. You say you're a shifter, but nothing. It actually was the most revelatory moment of this campaign for me, because again, I'm thinking of this as me, the player, not really knowing Eberron, and also me playing the character who also kind of doesn't really know Eberron.
Sure.
The way that some of these other people do.
Sure.
And so that's why she's connected with this group, because they are protecting her. They did protect her tonight. And I kind of love this relationship of like,
I loved all of that, by the way. I love that everybody picked
outsider?
up on that immediately. I think Nisiana drove that a little bit, and I loved that, because that sets up a nice moral core for the group, in a protective way, really, because Yana's the youngest of it as well. So anyway, on you go, Yana. Sorry, Rob.
And
about Yana.
Quiet. No, I'm kidding. But you know, it was, who's really the outsider here?
Mm-hmm.
You know, am I the outsider? Is he the outsider? I mean, the one thing I didn't get to ask him is like, where are the other shifters? Which was something I wanted to ask him, but I felt it didn't need to be said by the time we got all the way to the end of that conversation, because I know why I'm not with other shifters, or at least I think I know. There's more to it than that, but she doesn't quite understand why he's decided to be alone. And I know he didn't like that, but he kind of also realizes I'm right, I think. So that was a lot of fun. That was really tough, I guess. And I really like, I don't know, I really like, this is going to sound really stupid, I really like playing the quieter one until she's not, but like, yeah, she does like to lead with her actions as opposed with her words, but she knows what she wants to say. She just doesn't always think about it in terms of everything needs to be voiced all the time. And I personally, as a, you know, someone who speaks for a living, basically speaking is my thing. Like, talking is part of what I do. And so it's nice to play a character who is really like, I'm going to wait. And then when I need to speak, I will do it with my actions. But also when I need to say something, I will. She has a lot of trouble with it, but she's getting better at it.
Mm-hmm.
Because she realizes she has to, I think, you know, because of who she's with. It's just, this is a great group to play with. I say this every time. These are great people, and they're all great RPers, and they all like story, and they all like discovering our own individual stories and how they mesh with everybody else's story and the overall story we're trying to play. That is nothing if not a recipe for awesome stuff to happen every time, and it's a lot of fun. And also some really funny moments tonight too. In addition, like when I was a little worried when things were getting heated, and then not 10 minutes later, we're all laughing our heads off. And that's just great to have those, you know, heated moments and those happy moments and those chaotic moments all smushed together. Mm-hmm. It's fun. That's why this is such a great experience. Most of the time. No, all of the time.
Mostly.
Some of the time. No, I'm kidding. Who am I? I am Darkside Rob. I'm always happy to be here. I'm on this channel 3 times a month, twice for Infinity and Beyond, and once
for the
I almost pointed with my middle finger there because I'm really tired.
You should have given a hold it for the Arvocalist.
What's that?
You know, for Phoenix, for apologists. Yeah, hold it.
I'm too tired. Just hold it. But yes, and also here for our vocalist. You'll see me on my channel tomorrow, doing some video games and doing some voices for some of the characters in said games. If you would like to hear more of my melodious tones of my voice, you can go over to audible.com right now and find Shadowrun Shaken and Shadowrun Neat and go buy them, listen to them, and if you like them, and I hope you do, go leave some reviews for them, because that would help us out very much, and I would very much appreciate you all doing that. Everyone go to Audible right now and go buy those books, please. Okay, thank you. This is not a paid PSA. Please go do it. Anyway, yes, you should go check out
That's
those.
fine. This is just
audiobooks.
Shadowrun North anyway.
And if you need to know whether or not you're going to like the book, each one of them has a little sample that you can click on at the bottom of the thing.
And it has me in it, so automatically you're gonna like it.
Has a lot of you.
It has all of me.
No, it has 9 minutes and 40 seconds of you.
Okay.
That's a long sample. Jeez.
It is.
You
We
missed
were
the earlier
going to
conversation in the
up
green room.
on
But
the
anyway,
stream. I will talk about that after. Anyway, yes,
Okay,
that might be getting fixed later. I don't know. Anyway,
Dude, you're the one who did it.
there's a sample
Later.
in that
Later,
pack.
later.
Yes, later.
This is your fault, Tren. Later.
I have
I
it-
know. I
I put
know.
it down on the list of whatever.
All right, all
Anyway.
right.
Y'all are amazing. I had a wonderful time. We will be back next weekend, so we will be picking up, leaving off an RP and picking up with a battle, and I look forward to seeing all of you there. Come back next week for more, because y'all are great, and none of this is possible without you guys. Mwah.
Well said.
Much
Totally
love.
agree.
Peace out, everybody. And
thank
I will
you,
see
Rob.
you maybe on my channel.
Well said. Moving right on up the line, I wanted to say that I mentioned that Jen Nisiana really did, I think, push that kind of moral thing, and I know that Tren's going to talk about how much he loved that section, because I could tell that Tren loves that stuff. But I wanted to mention that another thing that I noticed beginning to develop, which I really like, is that there are multiple sort of cores of this group. If I think about the sort of intellectual, tactical core of this group, it's Hilarion, right? Who's really taken kind of this is sort of this is what practically we ought to do. Almost like the Captain America leader in the field, right? I'm just going to keep referencing Marvel forever. So there's that. Merime, I think, reflected a kind of emotional core, going to talk to people about what they're feeling, what they're experiencing, the conversation with Yana, various examples, and obviously the connection mentally and otherwise, not just with Nisiana, but with others in the group. Going in that funny moment to go get Tantan back in the church. Tantan, obviously, as I said, is kind of the Q of the group, I think, and is so occupied with his own stuff. That's another thing. But I think in your case, Jen, I think Nisiana really is kind of, beginning to establish herself as kind of the moral core of the group, which is not to say that other people don't have their own moral centers. It is to say that there is kind of a touchstone there. It's a touchstone that may get disagreed with at times. Ilarion tonight actually was like, you didn't hear what you thought you heard, and like, here's what actually was said, and blah, 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 blah. But the point is that's going to be Nisiana's kind of niche, it feels like to me, in some ways. It was just interesting to see that develop, because nobody said, you're going to be this and you're going to be this. That's just how these things kind of click together. And I really thought that was enjoyable to see, and I give you credit for kind of bringing that idea forward, at least from the moral point of view, which is what Nisiana clearly is as a character. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the folks find you next?
I had a really good time. I will say the second time she broke in with the whole we're not gonna sacrifice Yana.
Yeah.
I actually thought Zordor
Zotor, yeah.
had actually turned to us and was actually speaking about or to us. And I was just like, oh no,
No, you were right. Oh yeah, you were right. 100%.
So that's why I broke in.
Yep.
And he's like, oh, I'm talking to a shifter. I'm like, oh, but I thought you were talking to us.
Yep.
Fine.
No, well, yeah. But Zotor, you were 100% right. But Zotor was basically like, what did you do to this? What did you do to this person? And then went
Right.
back to talk to the shifter.
Right.
But yeah, no, absolutely. You caught that right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I also will say I did not quite expect Nisiana to just be like, oh no, we're not sacrificing anybody. Nobody gets to go out on their own.
No
Nobody
one
does
gets left
this.
behind. Yeah.
And
Any
I was
little
like,
halfling
why?
fist on the table.
Why would this go? And it's like, because her whole family went out to war and only one came back.
Yeah.
And she doesn't actually know how her parents died, and that's not going to be part of her backstory. But, it was just like, oh, okay. This is where that's coming from. All right, I'll stand with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's a healer. She is very much into life. And, each person has something that's really important to the group. And yes, she's very focused on her sister, but she is also now responsible for everybody,
Yep.
including Yana.
Yep.
And yes, she does consider Yana to be younger and more impetuous. So it's just like, no, don't offer yourself, and nobody let her do it. That's not appropriate. And then otherwise, that's I haven't figured out how she's really gonna deal with we're gonna charge into attack, because one, she's short and slow, or slower than most people, and two, this shit scares her. So she's just like, oh, okay. So, and where can you find me? You can find me, if you want to see my most recent things, I read Origin Story on YouTube. It's free for Wily Writers. And then I did my award-winning Battletech novel is now back out in an audiobook. And maybe somebody else in this group was also responsible for
conceivably.
Yeah.
And that's
Magic audio.
That's good stuff. Thank you, Jen. Good stuff tonight. John, again, as I said, I think Alarian really has presented themselves as a very clear, I think, distinctive character that has sort of a tactical approach. But it is moral and sort of doing the right thing, but there's kind of a practical level to how that's all represented. You know, I can almost see Alarian's head kind of sorting things into, okay, we're going to go here, do this, and this happens, and that occurs, and whatever. And so that's really a lot of fun to see. And I also appreciate the fact that Alarian seemed to be the one who was most open to what Zotor could be. Now, when Yana found out about Zotor, and there was a back and forth, but as was just described by Rob, you know, even it's not like Yana's like, Zotor's the greatest ever. Like, Yana doesn't really know what to make in a way of Zotor even. And so, you know, Alarian, I think, was one who was very much from the beginning like, I'm not just going to accept that what this one person claimed, I'm going to actually go and find out myself. And so I thought that was very interesting to see and kind of getting played out in how this all works. And again, very different, obviously, from both Cade and from Django in terms of the kind of character that Alarian is. How did you feel about tonight and all that stuff, and where will the folks find you next?
Well, it's funny. And the other funny thing, first of all, I'll get back to that in a second. It's funny, the reason they went to Belasco or whatever her name is was literally just to find out they figured that she would know where this guy was.
Mm-hmm.
But they were also going to ask too. Because, as we said, there's certainly a wealth of what people consider to be true, what people's opinions, how they influence what they say and do, and that certainly came into the forefront here. Absolutely, I do kind of regret missing that incident with the sheriff, but I imagine that the two Warforged will meet soon enough. And that really changed their perspective of him, because truly they were only going after what they had heard from the mother at the church. Mm-hmm. So it was like, well, this is a completely different side. So yeah, it absolutely changed Alarian's how they thought to go into this. They need to go in, waving swords and all this crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. Not that we would have, I don't think, anyways, because we're still in town. That would probably be looked upon askance by the constabulary, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
And it was a great that whole scene, the whole thing from beginning to end was really, really good. And I think it's also funny that Nisiana got Alarian to lose a little bit of his temper, which I was not sure could happen. I wasn't trying to play it that way, but she kept hammering that point to where they got a little upset about it.
I am talented.
Yes, and a lot of it because they felt they needed to defend Trent's character because they weren't saying anything.
Yeah.
And it all turned out fine, but yeah, it was a little tenser for a minute. Exactly. And that was the whole thing about everything that from when Yana opened, suggested the whole thing and everything. The whole thing was great. This evening was terrific. Really, really lots of fun. And yeah, Alarian is, I think, becoming more firmed up in my mind as how this character is played and what they want to do. It's really becoming more and more clear, including the point of where the path that I thought they might go on might not be happening now in terms of possibly a class down the road. But if this is what the certain characters are going to do, NPCs are going to do, it's going to change their mind, which is very interesting to see how this is running. So yeah.
Cool. It's one of the reasons.
Really fun stuff.
Incidentally,
really
I just want to quickly say one reason everyone's always like, why don't you skip through those opening levels and just start at level 3? That's why. Because a lot of what you do is determined at level 3, and you can figure that out in levels 1 and 2 if you know what you're doing.
To figure out who you are actually playing.
Exactly. So in a way, how would you know? It almost reminds me of asking, kids at the age of 8 or 9 to decide what they're going to do when they're 40. How the hell would they know?
And honestly, there's a lot. The stakes are a lot higher at first level too.
Yes, absolutely.
A lot higher.
Absolutely. When you're that much closer to death in a way, right? That much closer, it really sharpens the mind in terms of what you want to do going forward. So anyway, but sorry, John, you were saying.
No, I'm pretty much done. Yeah, I work with the majority of people in one way, shape, form, or another. And you can find Trend and Rob's work on
Don't
Audible.
you regret your life choices, John?
I try not to think about it. And yes, we got Arv's book, which is in the authors now slogging through it, of course, which is good.
Yep.
And Marie's got a short story in Jen's anthology, which we'll be having more news about 99 Tiny Terrors soon, from Pulse Publishing. So yeah, pretty much. There we go. And I can't now back-to-back weeks. It was worth the wait because we get to play next week too. So
that's awesome.
Pretty kick-ass, yeah. So.
Thanks, John, and that's a very kind thing to say, Triffid, and I agree entirely. It's tension's not for the sake of itself, but because this is what happens when families argue, and it's real and not sort of like, well, I agree, I also agree, I further also agree. In addition,
why didn't I concur?
I concur even more greatly. But thank you, John. Very good stuff. And yes, you will see more from this group next week with John and with Ilarion. Marie Merime also, I think, had a lot of really good moments today. The Merime going out to speak to Yana, I thought was really nice. In a way, Merime's music has been, and again, this is all organic. No one planned this ahead of time and was like, the only thing that was planned was the fact that Merime and Nisiana were going to be sisters. Other than that, no one was like, okay, and then at the right moment, I'm going to do this, and then, this is going to happen. Like, Yana just, like, organically likes the music that Merime is playing, right, and feels like a kinship or a connection there. And then Merime was reaching out to sort of get the emotional kind of core of that, and obviously the empathy that's been drawn by being connected with her sister. So there was just a lot of really good stuff, I think, in that regard. And interestingly, I was laughing when you were talking about, like, okay, so I'm gonna make sure I talk to the salvage crew. I'm like, salvage crew is gonna be otherwise occupied when you arrive, and like, how y'all doing down there? So we're here. Can you help us?
Laura playing right out of the water. Arv, thank you so much.
It was cracking me up. I was just like, because I was like, oh yeah, okay, you're deceiving. All right,
sure you
can't
are.
wait to see it.
I wanted to do my deception roll.
I know. Listen, there will be plenty of opportunity. How did you feel about today, Marie, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
Oh, I had a lot of fun today. It was fun having the different character touch points and kind of Merime finding her own way into the group, because she has an idea of who she wants to be, more or less. But she wants to help people, protect people. She wants to tell a character-driven story. It's not like all of those bards go around and just focus on the plot points.
Yeah,
and,
seriously.
He had a +2 sword and blah blah blah. Like, those are the boring details. So she wants to get at the core of things, and I like the fact that she's turning out like she can speak and she can step up, but she also believes in listening. She also believes in observing and kind of absorbing what's going on around her, which is turning out fun. So I love the play with Ayana, and of course with Nisiana always, and then with Trendon and Ilarion too. There was some fun stuff happening here and there as well. I was preparing some good inspiration for all of you. You'll have them next time.
Outstanding.
Good.
And I understand what John was saying too with Ilarion, because I had a very clear vision of what Merime was going to do in third level, what college she was going to go with. But I'm rethinking that. She might not be quite who I thought she would be in that respect, in that regard. So
this is why I do this early levels. Yep.
Which is fun, getting to know her. She's emotional.
Can somebody make an animated emote of that dance that Arv just did? I think we have to add that to his channel. I think that's a
that's gotta be a thing.
Must-have now. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's gonna be Arv Jig.
Tell us what stuff you got that you want to pitch, Marie, for stuff that's coming up with you.
I've got the Guild of Shadows series still. I've got the third book came out recently, but I do have right now a little special. Is I happen to have I have a space opera series taken out originally by Dragon Moon Press. The first book, Destiny's Blood, which was nominated for the Aurora Awards, which is the top science fiction award in Canada, is currently free on Amazon. So I will put a link in the chat if you want to grab yourselves a copy. And yeah, aside from that, find me on Twitter, find me on Facebook, find me on Instagram under my name, Glitterbomb Bilido under Instagram. And I am everywhere. Come hang out. It'll be fun. And next week we're going to be back here. Yay! We
will be back here. Thank you, Marie, as always, so much. Great pleasure. And always a great pleasure, as always, to watch Tren do his work on the RP side. Tren, a lot of great stuff. I mean, first of all, the humor, the idea, the image of you taking out every item and like artifact and like work in progress and just piling it up.
I really wanted to see you try to climb that ladder.
Oh
with
God,
a bowl
so
in your
did I.
hand.
The bowl with the spoon. I was just like, oh my God.
He was almost done anyway.
It was yeah. But no, that was really funny stuff. Also, I thought, and I'm sure you're going to talk about this, but I thought that the interaction between you and Nisiano was interesting. Ilarion really tried to clear up what they felt was a misunderstanding. I think you were sort of like, Tanton was less interested, it seemed to me, in clearing up the misunderstanding about, no, here's what I actually said, and more about, you're right, and because you're right, we need to be careful of X, Y, Z, like, was almost amplifying, in a way, Nisiana's point. I was reminded later on when Jen said everybody being in violent agreement, there was almost a sense of being like, listen, take your visceral, like, your like, I can't believe this. You're like, absolutely, 100%, how dare you? I agree with you so much. And that was a lot of fun to watch that happen. And when Tanton, as you said, in the confluence of the universe, put stuff down to be engaged and connected with people, that stood out because you had set up earlier the fact that Tanton was doing his thing of being occupied with whatever he's making. So there were a lot of good things here and there that Tanton did. Plus, I had a feeling Yana was a big fan of the fact that he's like, bing, magical sword. So there's also that, or the equivalent of it. How'd you feel about today's session, Trent? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
It'll freak her out until she uses it, and then she's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is good. Unless he gets hit and loses concentration, then it'll go back to normal. Well, I was trying to think, how would I justify the as was so well put, the violent agreement thing, and because he's got a very high intelligence but a very average wisdom, and so I figure what he's doing is he is playing devil's advocate because he feels that this is a perspective that must be considered. If we don't, we are going to get blindsided by something. And he just leans so hard into saying, this is what someone evil is going to do. And he doesn't really consider the fact that somebody might take him seriously. At that, it's like, no, I don't feel that way. I'm just saying that you're right. That we just need to do it. Shit. No, I like that aspect. He's everything that he's working on. I don't know how many of you noticed that he's put all of his. I mean, yes, you did notice he's put his tools away and everything, and now he's just got this notebook, and he's like muttering archaic formula and making notes in his notebook now while he's walking around, not paying attention to where he's going. And he's going to wind up stepping into a giant mud crater. But it's because now he's reaching a point where he's gathered up so much stuff that if we were tracking encumbrance, he's going to start having to deal with that. And he's like, I need a solution. So he's working on something else now. He's put that,
and he doesn't have a little bottle that he can just put everything into, does he?
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have this alchemy bottle that he can just say, here, miniature me, take all this crap.
Yeah,
in
exactly. Where's my bottle of holding?
Yeah, that's not a.
Weller has it.
So easy.
Actually, Weller doesn't have it. Remember, it was destroyed. He has
Yes,
to make a new
but
one.
I think Weller and Tanton would be close, good friends.
I don't know.
Here's all this stuff. Oh, I'd like to do some experiments.
Sure.
Weller wouldn't have climbed the ladder. He would have been like, I'm going to get some samples of this mud. Hang on.
Yeah.
And never would have gone upstairs.
But yeah, I really enjoyed today. I love the and I really love the fact that Nesiana, excuse me, that she's been so quiet for so long, and then all of a sudden, no! And I was like, whoa, shit, what did I do wrong? And then I was like, wait a minute, no, hang on, this is in character stuff, hang on, let it roll. And then I was like, oh yes, lean into this is good, and it just wound itself into this beautiful ball of yarn. Speaking of which, there was a moment during the thing where we were in the thing, and Yana went outside, and Mary May went after her, and the conversation between the other three, and it was like, did you go outside? And Tanton almost said, just go, and she'll be right here. You know, I was like, no, do not say that. That would not be good. Does anybody have a can opener? You know. That's not.
Am I the only one who didn't get that?
Apparently.
You don't own cats. That's
yes,
why.
that would
You just like them.
Oh.
No, there you caught up. Okay.
Is someone saying she's fine for friskies?
Or just the sound just brings her running.
I'm just saying, Yana, if at some point Tanton makes a device with a red pointer on it that he puts around you and you start going like this,
there in chat.
I'm just
right there in chat.
She's got the
See, this is what Zotor is saying. This is what Zotor is saying. That's what Zotor is saying.
And okay, two things. First of all, she is like the least shifter-looking shifter that probably anybody who has ever seen a shifter has seen. That's like, that is a big deal. That is like not an insignificant point.
Yeah.
And second thing, because this was the part that blew my mind during all of this, was that Yana was willing to do the thing. That's why she brought it. She was running it through over in her mind, and like she's not anti-plan. She's just like, which is the craziest thing that's come out of all is like, oh well, you just don't, you just jump into a situation. You know, I'm not Leroy Jenkinsing this entire campaign. It's like,
but remember, Rob, a lot of these people are going to view your character through the lens of their characters who have their own things to consider. And for example, Nisiana, who I think does very much a healer. Nisiana would also like to know that someone else is more impetuous and younger and not as experienced. You know what I mean?
Yes,
like this.
Yes, I actually don't know who's younger, if it's Nisiana or Yana.
But you know the drill. Like people are just like, no, I'm a month older than you. Then you know what I mean. Like this goes on all the time. Like,
okay, new guy.
7 days.
Yeah, exactly.
You see, Arv, how you used like 400 words to describe that. Yeah, Yana wants like 5 to 10 max.
No, I know.
That's just
Anyway.
just where she is. But seriously, like the thing was, she didn't even want to suggest it because she knew on some level that it was the riskiest move. But she also was like, fuck, I'm the only shifter here. Like, there's obviously something I got that, you know, I didn't ask for this, but hey.
And it led to some super great RP moments.
I have the, you know, the get out of jail free card for this one. So
yeah, no.
What if we do that? And, you know, I think the part that really pissed her off more was that it was like she decided to do it without being aware that it was risky. Like people just actively say like, okay, but yeah, just people being like, you know, yes, she's young, but that somehow she doesn't realize that she'll be taken advantage of. And also, are you fucking kidding? Like she's aware she doesn't, that people are like, they're parts of this whole thing with her that they don't know yet, but that she would actively just like say, oh, this will be fine. I'll just walk into Mordor and throw myself in the lava. It was like,
exactly.
No. Anyway.
Trent, sorry, Chen, you're saying. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. So where will people find me? Same place as him over there on Audible. I've got a bunch of
audio. Good company.
Yes, very good company. It's delightful. I love it so much. That was.
You have slightly more parking spots over there than I do, but
most of them are EV charging. Anyway, I got to remember to go over there and move them out of things. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, he's taking up this space. His car is fully charged." Whatever. So
why did he park across 3 spots? What the hell's wrong with this guy?
It's an electric SUV, so and an American, and I'm from Texas, so I have to have a triple, dually
Canyon Arrow
F-150 Lightning.
Just plug it into a power strip. It's fine.
Right, exactly. Just put 3 plugs in that same power strip. It's fine. It's infinite power. So, right. What was the other thing? Oh, on Thursday, the 29th, my next narration for the Escape Pod podcast will go live. That is Tiger Lawyer Gets It Right. And
okay.
I didn't name the story. I just narrated it. But it's lots of fun. And stuff. I'm gonna go smear some more ranch dressing all over my bed, and
then go to sleep, right?
Roll around in it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about roll around in it.
Make sure evenly everywhere.
I took a shower last week. Okay, it's not time yet. I don't want to get myself even more whatever. Arv, please save us.
Yeah, I'll do the best I can. Good Lord.
Ranch boy, you got yourself into this.
This was very good stuff. You will actually see more from Tren this week too, because Tren will be there for Adventures of Middle Earth on Tuesday for our fellowship phase, and then of course back here with this lovely group of people with Eberron. Very good work from the entire crew. Very excited for this, and you still got another task in the town that's still sitting back there for you, plus other stuff. So I'm very excited to see how this unfolds. If you make it back to the town, first you have to kill the mega goblins. But
I have to figure out how to move that cannon.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be fun times. But you'll definitely want to be back for that. Really good work tonight. Thank you so much for a great session. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing and awesome Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob. Good work from all of the players.
The safety words is ranch dressing.
Next week. Bye for now.
Bye, everybody. Thank you, chat.
All right. So that, folks, is going to do it for us for today. And this was really a fun session. I really enjoyed again, this is one of those sessions that felt like it wasn't too heavy on one thing or the other. There was just this sort of like nice weave back and forth, nice progress forward on what they were working on. And now they've got this second part of going into the gray. Every time they go into the gray, it's its own wild experience, right? It's its own thing. And so I am most excited to see how they proceed and how that next thing is going to come into play. It's going to be really cool. If you liked what you saw and heard tonight, I hope you will consider following the channel. I hope you will consider checking out our YouTube with !ArvTube. I hope you will consider looking at our Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, and website for arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, what dragon? On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area with Infinity and Beyond and Adventures of Middle Earth and soon to be Aspergenesis stuff as well. Arv Treon is the Patreon right there. 23 patrons, $2.14 per month really does make a difference. It allows us to do things like have this cool light bar set up in the back and allows us to have these cool light panels here that we're able to use. And I got a new mixer so that I was able to do the phase thing with, I got to figure out how to I just got to move the mixer somehow. It's just really nicely out of the way there, but I got to put it somewhere where I can actually get to it so that I can do it without having to do this crazy thing all the time. So I have to figure out what I'm going to do with those wires. Anyway, when wireless life arrives, it will be great. Anyway, but the Patreon makes a lot of that possible and allows you to get inspirations to help the players, and you are going to have a chance to use those because with the Adventures of Middle Earth, with Blades in the Dark coming tomorrow, with D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh coming up, with on Friday Aspergenesis, which is going to have a big combat there, with Saturdays, next Saturday we got a combat up right back here with D&D with IMB, with Eberron. So we got a lot of things coming up, and inspirations will be usable for that as well. Movable laptop arm. That's not a bad idea, actually, Rudnell. The issue is less the mixer as it is the wires attached to the mixer. That's the bigger problem because the wires are all over where the computers are. And so I need to have them be long enough, but I think there's ways that I can get around that. One of the things is that I have an extra sound module called a nanoverb that does my reverb stuff that I probably don't need anymore because the new mixer that I got after my old mixer after 15 years finally blew out. The new mixer that I have has sound effects like reverb, so that I can do, so I can sound like this on command type of thing. So that sort of thing is, makes it possible for me to do that without having nanoverb. So once I take that out of the chain, that might make it a little bit easier for me to move the rest of the mixer forward. But that's not a bad idea. I'll think about that. So yes, anyway, that's the Patreon. Cool stuff for you and for the channel. And of course, trained monkey or bird companion. Yes, that's a good call. That'd be actually really sweet. Come here, Reginald. And the thing comes. I always think of Reginald. I don't know why. So there's that. And then we've got, we have, of course, subbing to the channel, which a few of you did today. Rudinell, of course, did so. Again, Rudinell, very nice to see you back here. So thank you for those of you who subbed and Prime subbed today. All of that does make a difference. Plus, you get those custom sub badges and emotes. And again, for those of you who may not realize, these sub badges, we got a ton more sub badges opened up, and when Shadowed Mage gets back from his lake vacation in a few days, he's going to be working on basically putting a bunch of those. I'm commissioning a bunch of sub badges from him so that we're going to get a bunch new ones, and I mean a bunch. Like literally, we're going to go from having basically whatever we have, like 5 or 6 now, to like 15. We're going to, or not that many, 12 or 13. We're like doubling the amount of sub badges we have. So that's really cool. Yeah, Reginald is also the skeleton. That's right, Commander Dunsel. So I am very excited about that. You're going to get some cool new sub badges, which is going to be neat. So yes, that's going on. And you can do that with the sub badges plus inspirations to help with the players as well. And of course, the publishing stuff, ! Icarus for Athos Arts, my award-winning graphic novel from Athos Arts. Athos is also responsible for doing the Greyshade novel, which is going to be coming soon. And then the rest of the Kickstarter is going to be, that part is not Kickstarter. The other books and parts of the Greyshade IP are in the Kickstarter. Renegade, Heretic, the last 2 books, the Grey Assassin trilogy, plus the board game from Clarion Game Studios, designed by Dylan Bertolo, the tabletop role-playing game with Alligator Alley Entertainment, designed by Aaron Rosenberg, and the audiobook with Trendane Sparks, who you just saw tonight. All of that stuff and some surprises, too, are going to be coming out as part of the Kickstarter. That's ! Greyshade KS. That will officially launch on Tuesday, August 31st, 5 weeks from this coming Tuesday, and it will conclude during Origins in Columbus on Sunday, October 3rd. So I'm very excited for that. That's going to be good. And Commander Dunsel, I am deeply troubled, and I will just say that. I'm just troubled. So we've got that going on with Greyshade KS. And Alligator Rally, mentioned before, also is responsible for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook. Very excited about that coming out in print at long last. That is on its way out to Kickstarter backers as we speak. Then it will be made available in print to retailers in October, although you might be able to get some from your friendly local game store before that. And of course, it's already available on Digital RPG, Drive-Thru RPG, in digital format if you check out ! Library for that. And as always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to assert and affirm the importance and significance of Black lives, and ! Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others who need help and to reach out to others when you need help as well. Now, I do think we are going to do a raid tonight. It is not super late, and I would like to be able to take this enthusiastic group of people forward here. So I do think we're going to do a raid, and the way that we do raids are very simple. That's funny, Reno. Is very simple. If you are not a sub, you are going to do this, which is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, Arvany hype. You're going to do the Arvanauts have landed. You're going to do Twitch raid again, and then you've got Arvany roar, Arvany woe, Arvany witch, Arvany what, Arvany smug, Arvany love, Arvany blown. All the is Arvanys. Arvany dragon, anything that's Arvany, you can do there, and that is always something which is good to do as soon as you're brought over automatically. And I actually know exactly who we're going to raid for today. So definitely make sure you stick around to do that raid. And thank you so much for being an awesome audience tonight. Hopefully we will continue. Thank you for the channel boost support early in the stream. And hopefully we'll continue to move this forward. The more people we get in here, the more they can enjoy it, the better will be good. So sounds good. Sleep well, Arudinel, and welcome back again. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you again to Arudinel. It's good to see you. Thank you to Coven of Lenara, Dragonspear, Rock God. Triffany Mats, thank you so much for being the best mods in the business, all of you. Thank you to my subscribers, to Arudinel, to Coven, to Dragon Spirit of Rock God, Triffid, Darkside Rob, Commander Dunsel, Crit Twitch, Light and Passion, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Radio Johnny Panda, and Trendane. Thank you so much for all of those, plus the Patreon supporters in that group. Thank you as well to my regular viewers. Thank you to Astayan, Black Fury. Thank you to Cat8 Canary, to F. DeWeed. Thank you to Galadriel Bot, who's totally not a bot. Thank you to Host Headed. Thank you to Swarm of Cats. Thank you to Tom-Toms. Thank you to you, Christensen. And thank you to VNK. Thanks so much, everyone, for being awesome. And a special thanks today to my players. Thank you to Trendane. Thank you to Marie. Thank you to Jennifer. Thank you to John. Thank you to Rob for being awesome and for being great players and for holding up the Infinity and Beyond legacy so well. Otherwise, remember, tomorrow, Sunday at 7 p.m., be back here for more of the Blades in the Dark Case the Cindered Seal campaign. Brandon O'Brien is your DM, along with Valerie Valdez, Yori Casano, Yoi Gawain Lin, and Mike Underwood as part of our joint Speculate Twitch campaign. That long-running campaign now is going to continue tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then Tuesday I'll be back here myself with at noon Eastern with Adventures in Middle-earth, and then over on GOG with D&D with GOG, Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And again, intro videos are coming for all of this very soon. That's going to do it for me. Thanks, everybody. Much love. Stick around for the raid, and I will see you lovely people tomorrow at 7 p.m. for some Blades in the Dark and Speculate. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.